Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Starlight Boat. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft, silver glow over the calm waters of the lake. It was a quiet night, the kind where the world seemed to pause, holding its breath. The air was cool, and the scent of night-blooming flowers drifted on the breeze, mingling with the faint scent of the water. At the edge of the lake, a small, weathered dock extended into the stillness, its wooden planks creaking ever so slightly under the weight of time. Alicia stood at the edge of the dock, her eyes fixed on the dark expanse of water before her. The lake stretched out in all directions, an endless void that seemed to swallow the light of the moon. But tonight, something was different. There was a strange pull in the air, an energy that hummed just beneath the surface of the world. For as long as she could remember, Alicia had heard the stories. They were whispered by the elders, told in hushed tones around the fire or passed down through generations of her family. They spoke of the Starlight Boat, a vessel that appeared only on the clearest of nights, when the stars above aligned in a perfect pattern, and the moon shone brighter than usual. It was said that the boat could take those brave enough to board it across the waters to a hidden realm, a place of wonders and mysteries beyond imagination. Alicia had always been captivated by the idea, though she never truly believed it. She had grown up in a quiet village by the lake, surrounded by the mundane rhythms of everyday life. But tonight, as the stars glittered above her, she felt a deep yearning, a calling she couldn't ignore. The stories had always been just that, stories, but tonight, they felt real. She took a step closer to the water, the soft lapping of the waves against the shore the only sound in the stillness. Her heart beat faster, anticipation and curiosity stirring within her. She had never seen the Starlight Boat, but she had heard the tales of its beauty, its shimmering sails that gleamed like silver threads woven from the very light of the stars, its wooden hull that seemed to glow faintly with an ethereal light. And the figure that was said to guide it, an ancient being who watched over the waters, both protector and traveler. A gentle ripple disturbed the surface of the lake, and Alicia paused, her breath catching in her throat. Slowly, a shape began to emerge from the darkness. At first, it was a mere shadow, indistinct, but as it drew closer, the moonlight revealed more. There, floating in the water, was the Starlight Boat. It was even more magnificent than she had imagined. The boat was sleek and graceful, with a hull that shimmered as if it were made of starlight itself, and sails that rippled in the air, their edges glowing with a soft, silvery light. The boat's figurehead was a beautifully carved woman. Her face serene and wise, her eyes seemingly watching over the lake. Alicia's heart raced as she stepped closer to the dock, her feet light on the wood. She couldn't believe it, the Starlight Boat was real. It was here, and it was waiting for her. A figure stood at the helm of the boat, cloaked in shadow. Their face was hidden beneath a hood, but even from a distance, Alicia could feel their presence, calm and ancient, like the deep pull of the ocean itself. Without a word, the figure extended a hand toward her, gesturing for her to approach. Alicia hesitated for a moment, her mind racing. She had heard the stories, but this was real. She was standing on the edge of something incredible. Something she could never have imagined. Could she really take the leap? Could she trust the stories, trust this mysterious boat and its guide? But deep down, she knew there was no choice. The lake had called her, the stars had aligned, and the starlight boat had appeared. This was a journey she had to take. With a deep breath, she stepped onto the boat, her heart beating with excitement and fear in equal measure. The moment her foot touched the soft, glowing surface of the deck, the boat seemed to come alive, its sails billowing slightly, as if it had been waiting for her all along. The figure at the helm turned toward her, their eyes hidden beneath the hood, but Alicia felt a sense of calm wash over her. The boat began to glide forward, moving across the water with a grace that felt almost otherworldly. The ripples in the water faded as the boat sailed smoothly, the air growing still and cool around them. As the boat moved farther into the lake, Alicia couldn't help but glance back toward the shore. Her village was a distant blur now, the lights of the houses flickering like tiny stars in the distance. She had left everything behind, her family, her friends, the only life she had ever known. But there was no regret, only wonder. Ahead of her lay the unknown, a world of magic and adventure, and she was ready to discover it. The boat drifted on, carrying her away from the shores of the familiar, toward something beyond the horizon. What lay ahead, Alicia didn't know, but she was ready to find out. The starlight boat had come for her, and it was taking her on a journey that would change her life forever. The starlight boat glided effortlessly over the glass-like surface of the lake, the water barely making a sound as the vessel moved. The only noise was the soft rustling of the sails as they caught the cool, night breeze, filling the air with a melody that seemed to hum in tune with Alicia's heartbeat. Her hands gripped the edge of the boat, her breath coming in quiet, awed gasps. The mysterious figure at the helm stood silent, cloaked in shadow. Alicia couldn't help but study them, wondering who, or what, they were. The figure's movements were fluid, graceful, as if they were part of the boat itself, as if they had always been here, guiding its course through the vast, moonlit waters. "Where are we going?" Alicia asked softly, her voice barely louder than the whisper of the wind. She wasn't sure if the figure could hear her, or if they even intended to answer. But something inside her compelled her to ask, to break the silence that had enveloped them. The figure turned slowly, their face still hidden beneath the hood. For a moment, Alicia thought they might not respond. Then, in a voice that sounded like a distant echo, they spoke, to the edge of the sky. They said, their voice carrying a weight of ancient knowledge. "Where the stars are born and the forgotten things are kept." Alicia frowned, the words stirring something deep within her, a sense of familiarity, as though she had heard them before in a dream. The edge of the sky. What does that mean? The figure didn't answer right away. Instead, they glanced at the stars above them, their gaze distant, almost sorrowful. Then, after a long pause, they spoke again. Long ago, the stars were scattered across the heavens, each one a dream, a wish, a story waiting to be told. But some stars, those that faded or burned too brightly, fell from the sky. They are forgotten now, lost in the dark corners of the world. Hidden from the eyes of those who cannot see them, Alicia felt a shiver run down her spine. "And we're going to find them?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure nodded, though their face remained shrouded in shadow. "We're going to the place where they wait. The edge of the sky is where the lost stars are kept, where the forgotten dreams sleep, waiting to be remembered." The boat moved steadily forward, cutting through the water like a knife through velvet. Alicia looked out over the lake, its vastness now seeming even greater than before. The water stretched out endlessly, the moon's reflection shimmering like a trail of light leading them toward the unknown. As the minutes passed, the air seemed to grow colder, and the world around them began to change. The lake, once dark and still, now glowed with a strange light, a soft, shimmering glow that seemed to rise from the depths. The stars above seemed to flicker, their light becoming brighter, more vivid, until they looked like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. The boat sailed on, deeper into the lake, farther from the shore, and the scenery began to shift once again. The water started to glow more brightly now, casting strange shadows on the edges of the boat. Alicia squinted into the night, wondering what lay ahead. Then, out of the darkness, shapes began to emerge, small, flickering lights that hovered just above the water's surface. They were like stars, but different, softer, gentler. They danced around the boat, weaving in and out of the water, trailing wisps of light behind them. Alicia reached out a hand, her fingers grazing the glowing water, and a shiver ran through her. The water was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been for a night such as this. The lights flared as her fingers brushed against the surface, as though responding to her touch. "These are the lost stars," the figure said softly, their voice a faint murmur in the stillness. "The ones that fell, the ones that faded. They are the dreams that were never realized, the wishes that went unanswered." Alicia looked at the lights in wonder. They were so beautiful, so delicate. Each one seemed to carry its own story, a story Alicia could almost hear if she listened closely enough. The shimmering lights swirled around her, their movement like a dance, an intricate pattern of light and shadow that seemed to create a language of its own. "Can we bring them back?" Alicia asked, her heart heavy with the weight of the question. She couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow for the stars, for the dreams they represented. Could they ever be made whole again? The figure was silent for a long time, their gaze fixed on the horizon. Then, they spoke, their voice soft but clear. "Some stars are meant to fade," they said. "Some dreams are meant to be forgotten. But others can be rekindled. It depends on the ones who seek them." Alicia frowned, feeling a strange mix of hope and sadness. "How do we know which ones can be rekindled?" The figure's gaze shifted to her, and for the first time, Alicia thought she saw a glimmer of something in the depths of their eyes, a trace of recognition, or perhaps something deeper. They reached up and lowered their hood, revealing their face, and Alicia gasped. The figure was not quite human, but not entirely otherworldly either. Their skin was pale, with an almost translucent quality to it, and their eyes glowed faintly, like the stars themselves. But it was their expression that caught Alicia's attention, calm, wise, and yet sorrowful. "You must decide," the figure said, their voice a whisper carried on the wind. "You must decide which stars are worth seeking, and which dreams are worth remembering." Alicia felt a sense of responsibility settle over her like a heavy cloak. She didn't fully understand what she had just agreed to, but she knew that her journey had only just begun. The starlight boat, the figure, and the lost stars were all part of something much greater, something that would shape her destiny. As the boat continued its journey across the glowing waters, Alicia stared into the distance, where the first signs of dawn were beginning to creep across the sky. The stars above were still visible, but now they seemed even more distant, as though they too were waiting for something. She didn't know what would happen next, but for the first time in her life, she felt as though she was on the right path. The boat was taking her somewhere beyond the ordinary, somewhere where the boundaries between dreams and reality didn't exist, and she was ready to follow it, wherever it would lead. The first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, its soft hues of pink and gold blending with the shimmer of the lake. The boat glided through the waters as if guided by a force beyond understanding. Alicia, still entranced by the glowing stars that floated around them, felt a growing sense of urgency. The figure at the helm remained silent, their eyes locked on the distant shore, but Alicia couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more they needed to learn. "Are we getting closer?" she asked, her voice breaking the stillness of the moment. The figure turned slowly, their glowing eyes meeting hers. "We are," they said, their tone low and unhurried. "But the journey is not about reaching a destination. It is about understanding what you seek." Alicia's brows furrowed in confusion. "But I thought we were searching for the lost stars. You said they were here, in the water. So why do we continue on this endless path?" The figure's gaze softened, and for a brief moment, their stern expression faltered. "You are searching for the stars, yes, but you are also searching for something within yourself. The stars are not the only thing that can be lost in the dark." Alicia sat back, pondering their words. She had thought she understood her purpose, finding the stars, helping them shine again, making sense of the silence in her heart. But now, she realized there was something deeper she hadn't quite understood yet. She glanced down at the glowing water, watching the stars ripple as the boat sailed through them. Each flicker of light seemed to call to her, reminding her of something familiar. A memory, perhaps. A forgotten dream. A wish long buried beneath the weight of time. "The stars," she murmured, "they're all connected, aren't they? Every dream, every wish, every hope. They're part of a greater story, one that stretches across time and space. And some stars are lost not because they are forgotten, but because they are meant to fade, to make room for new ones." The figure nodded, their face unreadable. "Yes. But there is always the possibility that they can be rekindled. There is always the chance that they can be remembered." Alicia sat up straighter, the realization settling over her like a cool breeze. "And that's why I'm here. To rekindle the lost stars. To remind them of who they are. To remind them of their purpose, not just the stars," the figure replied. "You must also remember your own purpose." Alicia's heart skipped a beat. "My purpose?" She had never truly thought about it before. All her life, she had been chasing after things she didn't fully understand, trying to make sense of a world that felt foreign to her. And yet, here she was, in the midst of a journey she never could have imagined, learning things that felt like whispers from another life. The figure's gaze never wavered. "Yes. You are not just a seeker of stars, Alicia. You are the bridge between dreams and reality, between light and darkness. You have the power to awaken what is forgotten, to rekindle what is lost. Alicia's mind swirled with this new knowledge, her thoughts racing to catch up with the depth of what was being said. Could she really be the one to rekindle the lost stars? Could she truly bridge the gap between forgotten dreams and reality? As if in response to her inner turmoil, the boat began to slow, its progress more deliberate now. The glowing lights in the water grew brighter, more intense, almost as if they were drawing closer to the boat, ready to reveal something. Alicia leaned forward, captivated by the shifting lights that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heart. The figure spoke again, their voice quiet but filled with weight. The stars will show you what you need to see. But it is up to you to decide what to do with that knowledge. Alicia felt a flutter in her chest, a mixture of excitement and fear. What would she see? What would the stars reveal to her? And what would she do when she faced the truth? The boat drifted toward a small island, one that Alicia hadn't noticed before. It seemed to emerge from the mist like a phantom, its shores dark and shrouded in mystery. The air was thick with an otherworldly presence, as though this place existed on the edge of time itself. "This is where we begin," the figure said, their voice carrying an ancient resonance. "The island holds the key to understanding. The lost stars are not just lights in the sky, they are memories, fragments of forgotten time. Here, you will find the answers you seek." The boat gently touched the shore, the stillness broken only by the soft splash of water against the hull. Alicia stood, feeling the weight of the moment, and stepped onto the shore. The ground beneath her feet was soft and strange, as though the earth itself was alive, pulsing with energy. Before her stood a large stone archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the pale light. The carvings depicted stars, moons, and symbols Alicia couldn't recognize, and they seemed to shift and move as if they were alive. There was something hauntingly beautiful about them, a sense of deep knowledge encoded in the stone. "Through there," the figure instructed. Gesturing toward the archway, Alicia hesitated for a moment, feeling a sense of reverence wash over her. She didn't know what lay beyond the arch, but she knew that it was the next step in her journey. The lost stars, the forgotten dreams, they were all waiting for her on the other side. With a steadying breath, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the archway. The moment she passed through, the air around her seemed to hum with energy, and she found herself standing in a vast, open space, one that seemed to stretch on forever. The ground was covered in soft, glowing sand, and the sky above was filled with swirling constellations, each one shimmering with a light that was both ancient and eternal. As she walked deeper into the space, the stars above began to move, converging in patterns that felt familiar, as if they were calling to her. And as they did, Alicia felt the presence of something, or someone, approaching from the distance. She couldn't explain why, but she knew that this was the moment she had been waiting for. The moment she would unlock the truth. The figure's voice echoed softly behind her, as if from a great distance. "You are not just a seeker, Alicia. You are the one who will restore the light." Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of the words sink into her soul. When she opened them again, she saw them, glowing stars, falling from the sky and into her hands. Each one was a dream, a wish, a forgotten hope. And in her palms, they burned brightly, ready to be rekindled. She smiled softly, knowing now that her journey had only just begun. Alicia stood motionless, her hands cupped around the small, glowing stars that pulsed faintly in her palms. They were warm and soft, their light growing steadier with each passing second. Around her, the swirling constellations in the sky seemed to pause, as if watching and waiting for her next move. The figure stepped through the archway behind her, their presence a grounding force in the vastness of this otherworldly realm. "These stars are fragments of dreams," they said, their voice softer now, almost kind. "They were abandoned, forgotten, or left behind by those who no longer believed in them. But you can give them a second chance." Alicia looked up at the figure, her expression a mix of wonder and determination. "How?" The figure gestured to the glowing sand beneath her feet. "This place, the sanctuary of dreams, is where all possibilities reside. The stars that have come to you are tied to your own heart. They reflect what you have lost, what you have forgotten, and what you still carry with you. To rekindle their light, you must face your own truths," a knot formed in Alicia's chest. The idea of confronting her own forgotten dreams felt daunting, but something about the stars' warmth gave her courage. She took a deep breath and nodded. "What do I need to do?" The figure raised their hand, and the stars above began to rearrange themselves. Patterns formed, creating a glowing pathway of constellations that stretched far into the distance. "Follow the path," they instructed. "Each step will lead you closer to the heart of this place, where the most ancient and powerful stars reside. Along the way, the stars in your hands will guide you to the memories you must rediscover." Alicia hesitated only briefly before stepping forward, the glowing stars in her hands pulsing in rhythm with her footsteps. As she moved along the path, the landscape shifted. The shimmering sands gave way to vast pools of starlight, their surfaces rippling like water. Each pool seemed to reflect a different fragment of her life, moments she hadn't thought about in years. In one pool, she saw herself as a child, gazing at the night sky from her bedroom window. Her younger self clutched a small telescope, her eyes wide with wonder as she traced the constellations. "I remember this," Alicia whispered, kneeling by the pool. "I used to dream of visiting the stars, of flying among them." The stars in her hands glowed brighter, and she felt a surge of warmth. The memory, once faint and distant, now felt alive again, as if the forgotten dream had been rekindled within her. "You've taken the first step," the figure said, their voice echoing from somewhere nearby. "Each memory you reclaim will strengthen the stars in your care. But there is more to discover." Alicia continued along the path, passing more pools that reflected pivotal moments in her life. Some memories brought her joy, while others stirred feelings of regret and sadness. But with each step, she felt a deeper connection to the stars she carried, as if they were drawing strength from her journey. Finally, the pathway led to a towering tree made entirely of light. Its branches stretched high into the heavens, and its roots sank deep into the glowing sands. Hanging from its branches were countless stars, each one pulsing softly with life. "This is the tree of lost dreams," the figure explained, appearing beside her. "It is the heart of this realm. Every star here represents a dream that was abandoned, yet not entirely forgotten. Your stars belong here, but they need your light to shine again." Alicia stepped closer to the tree, her gaze fixed on its radiant branches. The stars in her hands trembled slightly, as if they were eager to join the others. "What happens once they're restored?" she asked. "They will return to the night sky," the figure replied. "And their light will inspire new dreams in those who look upon them. This is the cycle of the stars, always fading, always being reborn." Alicia nodded, feeling a sense of purpose welling up inside her. She reached out, holding the stars in her hands toward the tree. As she did, the stars began to rise, their light growing brighter and more vivid. They floated upward, joining the others in the tree's glowing branches, their warmth filling the air around her. For a moment, the entire realm seemed to pulse with life. The stars in the tree shimmered like 1,000 fireflies, their light spreading out into the vastness of the sky. Alicia felt a deep sense of fulfillment, as though she had just completed a part of herself she hadn't realized was missing. But as the stars settled into their new home, the figure spoke again, their tone more serious. "Your journey is not over, Alicia. The stars you've restored are only the beginning. There are still many more lost dreams waiting to be found, many more stories to be told." Alicia turned to face them, her expression resolute. "Then I'll keep going," she said firmly. "I'll find the rest of the stars, no matter how long it takes." The figure nodded, their glowing eyes filled with a quiet pride. "Then let us continue. The starlight boat awaits, and the next chapter of your journey is waiting to unfold." With one last glance at the tree of lost dreams, Alicia turned and followed the figure back toward the boat. As they walked, she felt a newfound sense of clarity, her heart lighter than it had been in years. The stars had been rekindled. But their light was only the beginning. The vastness of the universe stretched out before her, and she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The starlight boat bobbed gently on the shimmering waves of the celestial sea, waiting patiently for Alicia and the enigmatic figure to board. The ethereal sails glowed faintly, powered by the soft luminescence of the stars now resting in the tree of lost dreams. Alicia stepped aboard, feeling the deck beneath her feet hum with energy, as though the boat recognized her return. The figure followed, silent but ever watchful. "Where do we go next?" Alicia asked, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where the vast expanse of the starlit sea stretched endlessly. The figure raised their hand, and the boat responded, its sails unfurling to catch an unseen wind. "We venture to the Constellation Islands," they said, their voice carrying the weight of 1,000 untold tales. "There lies the next piece of the puzzle, a realm where forgotten dreams linger, tangled in webs of doubt and fear." Alicia's grip tightened on the railing. "Will it be like the tree of lost dreams?" The figures shook their head. "No. The islands are different. They are fragmented, scattered pieces of what once was. The dreams you will encounter there are not merely lost, they are trapped, ensnared by the shadows of their creators' doubts. To free them, you must confront what holds them captive." The words sent a chill down Alicia's spine, but she nodded. "I'm ready." The boat surged forward, its glow intensifying as it cut through the starlit waters. The journey was quiet at first, with only the gentle lapping of the waves and the occasional shimmer of passing stars to keep Alicia company. She found herself drawn to the bow, her thoughts drifting like the currents beneath her. "Why me?" she finally asked, breaking the silence. "Why was I chosen to do this?" The figure appeared beside her, their presence as steady as the boat itself. "Because you still believe," they said simply. "In a world where so many abandon their dreams, you hold on to the faintest glimmers of hope. That makes you unique, and it makes you capable of reigniting the light in others." Alicia swallowed hard, the weight of their words settling over her. She wanted to believe them, but doubt lingered at the edges of her mind, like a shadow she couldn't quite shake. Before she could respond, the boat slowed, its glow dimming as they approached a cluster of dark, jagged islands rising from the sea. The air grew heavier, and an eerie silence fell over the water. "The Constellation Islands," the figure announced, their voice laced with gravity. "Be cautious, Alicia. The shadows here are not to be underestimated." Alicia nodded, stepping onto the deck as the boat came to a halt. The islands loomed before her, their surfaces shimmering faintly with the glow of trapped stars. She could feel their pull, a silent plea for freedom that tugged at her heart. As she disembarked, the figure stayed behind, their glowing form a reassuring presence on the boat. "You must face this part of the journey alone," they said. "But remember, you are not without light. Trust in yourself, and you will find the way." Alicia took a deep breath and stepped onto the nearest island. The ground beneath her feet felt cold and unyielding, and the air seemed to hum with an unnatural energy. Ahead, she saw a tangled mass of shadows, writhing like a living thing. She approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. As she drew closer, she saw the faint glimmers of stars trapped within the darkness, their light flickering weakly. "You don't belong here," she said softly, reaching out a hand toward the shadows. The darkness recoiled, hissing like a cornered animal. "You cannot free them," it hissed, its voice a chilling whisper. "They are mine, bound by the doubts and fears of those who abandoned them." "You are no different," Alicia hesitated, doubt creeping into her mind. But then she remembered the tree of lost dreams, the warmth of the stars she had rekindled, and the strength she had found within herself. "No," she said firmly, her voice steady. "I'm not the same. I believe in them, even if their creators don't." She closed her eyes, focusing on the light within her. Slowly, the stars in her palms began to glow, their warmth spreading outward. The shadows shrieked and writhed, but they couldn't withstand the light. One by one, the stars broke free, their light growing stronger as they rose into the sky. Alicia watched, her heart swelling with a mix of relief and triumph. But as the last star ascended, the shadows coalesced, forming a towering figure that loomed over her. "You may have freed them," it snarled, "but you cannot escape your own fears." Alicia stood her ground, the light in her hands unwavering. "Maybe not," she said, her voice strong. "But I can face them, and I will." The shadow lunged, and Alicia braced herself, her light flaring brighter than ever before. The shadow loomed before Alicia, its form a swirling mass of darkness, towering and ominous. But Alicia did not falter. She held the light of the stars in her hands, their glow steady, their warmth a balm for her soul. She could feel the power of all the freed dreams pulsing around her, their strength flowing into her as she faced this new challenge. The shadow hissed, its voice like 1,000 whispers, each one laced with fear. "You cannot banish me," it sneered. "I am the embodiment of every doubt, every abandoned hope. I am what they left behind." Alicia stood tall, her feet rooted to the cold ground of the island. You may be born from doubt, she said, her voice unwavering. But I believe in the light. I believe in what can be. You are nothing but a figment of forgotten fears. The shadow roared, its tendrils reaching for her, threatening to pull her into the depths of its darkness. But Alicia did not flinch. She closed her eyes and focused, calling upon the light within her, letting it expand outward. With every breath, the light grew brighter, until it was a blinding blaze, shining with the intensity of 1,000 stars. The shadow recoiled, its form twisting in pain. The ground trembled as the light fought back the darkness, pushing it away inch by inch. You can't win, the shadow growled, but its voice wavered now, uncertainty creeping in. Alicia took a step forward. Yes, I can, she whispered. I have already won. And with that, she thrust her hands forward, sending the purest burst of light into the heart of the shadow. The darkness screamed as the light engulfed it, burning away its form, dissolving it into nothingness. Alicia stood, breathing heavily, her body pulsing with the power of the starlight. As the last remnants of the shadow vanished, the air grew still. The oppressive weight lifted, leaving only the faint glow of the freed stars dancing around her. Alicia sank to her knees, exhaustion overtaking her. But she felt a warmth in her chest, a sense of peace she hadn't known before. She had done it. She had faced her fears and defeated them. As she looked up, the figure appeared at her side, their presence calming. They nodded, a faint smile on their lips. You have proven yourself, Alicia, they said softly. You have shown that even in the deepest darkness, the light can prevail. Alicia nodded, still trying to catch her breath. But it's not over, is it? No, the figure replied. The Constellation Islands are only the beginning. There are more places to heal, more dreams to free. But you are ready. You have found your strength. Alicia looked up at the sky, the stars now shining brighter than ever. She knew her journey was far from over. But for the first time, she felt truly ready to face whatever lay ahead. Let's go, she said, her voice steady and full of purpose. She turned back to the starlight boat, which was now waiting for her, its sails glowing faintly in the distance. Together, they would sail onward, seeking out more dreams to free, more shadows to cast away, and more light to bring to the world. And Alicia, now stronger than ever, was prepared to guide them through the darkness. The starlight boat glided silently through the waters, its sails shimmering softly with the light of newly freed stars. Alicia sat at the bow, her hands still warm from the battle with the shadow. The figure stood behind her, their glowing forms steady and calm as always. Ahead, the celestial sea stretched endlessly, its surface rippling like liquid light. But there was something new on the horizon, a faint glow that pulsed rhythmically, as though calling out to them, "What's next?" Alicia asked, her voice steady but tinged with curiosity. The figure stepped beside her, their gaze fixed on the distant glow. That, they said, is the eternal beacon. It is a place of great significance. It once served as a guiding light for wandering souls, but it has grown dim, its light clouded by despair. If we are to continue, we must rekindle its flame. Alicia frowned. How do we do that? The figure turned to her, their eyes glowing with an ancient wisdom. The beacon's light is tied to the hopes and dreams of those who look to it for guidance. To restore it, we must find the fragments of hope that have been lost and bring them back together. Alicia nodded, determination flaring within her. Then let's find them. The boat surged forward, carried by an unseen current toward the glow. As they drew closer, the air grew cooler, and the light of the stars above seemed to dim. The beacon came into view, a towering structure of crystalline light that rose from the sea like a monolith. Its surface was cracked and dull, its once brilliant glow now reduced to a faint flicker. Alicia stepped off the boat onto a platform of shimmering light that led to the beacon. She could feel its energy, faint but insistent, as though it were calling out for help. "What happened to it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure's expression darkened. The beacon's light was stolen, its fragments scattered across the realms of despair. To restore it, you must journey into these realms and recover the pieces of its flame. Alicia swallowed hard. Realms of despair. The figure nodded. They are places where hope has been forgotten, where dreams have withered and died. They will test you, Alicia. But you have already proven your strength. Trust in yourself, and you will succeed. With that, the figure raised their hand, and a portal of shimmering light appeared before her. Alicia hesitated for only a moment before stepping through. She found herself in a desolate landscape, the air heavy with sorrow. The ground was cracked and barren, and the sky above was a swirling mass of gray clouds. In the distance, she saw a faint glimmer of light, a fragment of the beacon's flame, pulsing weakly amidst the darkness. Alicia made her way toward it, her steps steady despite the oppressive weight of the air around her. As she approached, shadows began to gather, their forms twisting and writhing like living smoke. "You cannot take it," they hissed, their voices a chorus of despair. "This light does not belong to you." Alicia stopped, her heart pounding. But she remembered the strength she had found on the Constellation Islands. The light that had defeated the shadows before, "This light belongs to everyone," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the whispers. "And I will restore it." The shadows surged toward her, their forms coalescing into a towering figure of darkness. But Alicia stood her ground, the light in her hands flaring brightly. With a cry of determination, she thrust her hands forward, sending a wave of light into the shadows. They shrieked and dissolved, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. Alicia reached out and took the fragment of the flame, its warmth spreading through her like a soothing balm. She felt a surge of hope, as though the light itself were speaking to her, urging her onward. As she returned to the portal, the landscape began to shift, the darkness retreating and the air growing lighter. Alicia stepped through, clutching the fragment tightly. The figure was waiting for her on the platform, their expression unreadable. "You have done well," they said. "But there are more fragments to find, and the path will only grow harder." Alicia nodded, her resolve unshaken. "I'm ready. Let's keep going." And so, the journey continued, the starlight boat carrying her to new realms, new challenges, and new fragments of light. Each step brought her closer to restoring the eternal beacon, and with it, hope for all who had lost their way. Part 8. ChatGPT, the Starlight Boat. Part 8. The starlight boat sailed onward, gliding effortlessly across the shimmering sea of light. Each fragment of the eternal beacon's flame brought a faint glow to its surroundings, but the beacon itself remained dim. Alicia sat at the edge of the boat, watching the distant horizon as the figure approached her. "There is no time to linger," they said, their voice calm but firm. "The next fragment lies in the forest of fractured echoes. A place where memories and regrets take form, trapping those who wander too deep." Alicia nodded, gripping the edge of the boat tightly. "What will I face there?" The figure's glow dimmed slightly. "The forest will reveal what you fear and regret most. It will test your resolve by reflecting pieces of your own soul. Remember, Alicia, you are stronger than what it shows you." The boat shifted direction, the waters darkening as they neared their destination. Soon, a towering forest came into view, its trees shimmering like glass under the faint glow of the stars. The air around it was unnervingly still, and the only sound was the soft rustling of invisible winds. As the boat stopped near the forest's edge, Alicia stepped onto the shimmering ground. Each step echoed softly, as though the forest were listening. The figure stayed behind, watching silently as Alicia entered. The forest was a maze of mirrored trees, their surfaces reflecting distorted versions of herself. At first, the reflections seemed harmless, mere ripples of her movements. But as she ventured deeper, the reflections began to take on lives of their own, moving independently and whispering softly, "You're not strong enough. You'll never succeed. Why do you even try?" Alicia clenched her fists, refusing to let the voices seep into her heart. She focused on the path ahead, her steps quickening as she spotted a faint glow deeper in the forest. The closer she got, the louder the whispers became. The reflections began to change, no longer showing just her, but moments from her past, times she had failed, times she had doubted herself. The weight of those memories pressed down on her. Slowing her steps, "You think you've grown stronger," one reflection hissed, stepping out of a tree. "But you're still the same scared child who doubts her place in the world." Alicia stopped, her chest tightening. The reflection was a younger version of herself, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "I'm not that person anymore," Alicia said, though her voice wavered. The reflection sneered. "Aren't you? You hesitate. You doubt. You wonder if you can really restore the beacon." Alicia felt the weight of the words, but then she remembered the fragments she had already recovered, the shadows she had defeated. She stood taller, meeting her younger self's gaze. "I do doubt," she admitted. "But doubt doesn't mean failure. Doubt means I care enough to try." Her younger self faltered, the sneer fading into a look of surprise. The reflection dissolved into light, revealing a glowing fragment of the beacon's flame hovering where it had stood. Alicia reached out and took it, the warmth of the fragment filling her with renewed determination. The forest seemed to shift around her, the oppressive whispers fading into silence. She retraced her steps, the mirrored trees now reflecting only light as she emerged from the forest. The figure was waiting for her at the boat, their expression one of quiet approval. "You faced your own shadows and prevailed," they said. "Each step brings you closer to restoring the beacon." Alicia nodded, holding the fragment tightly. "Let's keep going. I won't stop until the light is whole again." The starlight boat set sail once more, the fragments glowing brighter with each victory. The path ahead was still uncertain, but Alicia's resolve burned brighter than ever. The starlight boat sailed onward, the fragments of the eternal beacon glowing faintly like a constellation of tiny stars. Each piece felt like a small triumph, but the road ahead seemed endless. Alicia leaned against the mast, her thoughts heavy with anticipation for the next challenge, the next fragment. The figure began, breaking the silence, lies in the shifting caverns, a place where time and space blur. And nothing is as it seems. Alicia straightened, her gaze locking with the figures. What's in these caverns? The figures glowed dimmed slightly, as if shadowed by old memories. The caverns are alive with illusions, a reflection of possibilities, what was, what could have been, and what may yet come. They will try to ensnare you, to make you lose sight of your purpose. But you must remember, the truth is your guide. The sea grew darker as they approached the caverns. The air became heavy with an eerie stillness, broken only by the faint, haunting echoes emanating from the cavern's mouth. It loomed ahead like a great beast, its jagged rocks shimmering faintly in the starlight. The boat stopped at the cavern's edge, and Alicia stepped onto the rocky shore. The figures stayed behind, their glowing form a reassuring presence. "I will await your return," they said. "Trust in yourself, Alicia." Taking a deep breath, she entered the cavern. Inside, the air was thick with an otherworldly energy. The walls glistened as though covered in liquid light, and the ground beneath her feet felt both solid and soft, as if shifting with every step. The further she walked, the more the space around her seemed to warp and twist. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead, drawing her closer. But as she approached, the cavern split into 3 paths, each leading to a different scene. To the left, she saw herself as a child, standing in a cozy home filled with laughter and warmth. To the right, she saw herself older, standing victorious in front of the fully restored eternal beacon. And straight ahead, there was nothing but darkness. "Choose wisely," a voice whispered, echoing through the cavern. Alicia hesitated, the warmth of the left path tugging at her heart, while the promise of success on the right tempted her greatly. But she remembered the figure's words, "The truth is your guide." She took a deep breath and stepped forward into the darkness. The air grew colder, and the darkness pressed against her like a tangible force. She felt a pang of fear but forced herself to keep walking, trusting her instincts. As she moved deeper, faint lights began to flicker in the distance, illuminating a small, glowing fragment of the beacon's flame. But just as she reached for it, the cavern seemed to come alive. Shadows swirled around her, forming figures that whispered doubts and fears. "You could have chosen the warmth of home," one shadow hissed, "or the glory of victory," another added. "Why do you walk this lonely path?" Alicia clenched her fists, her heart pounding. Because the truth isn't always warm or glorious. Sometimes, it's difficult. But it's real, and that's what matters. Her words cut through the shadows, their forms dissolving into wisps of smoke. The fragment of the flame flared brighter, its light chasing away the lingering darkness. Alicia reached out and took the fragment, its warmth filling her with a sense of clarity and purpose. The cavern around her began to shift, the twisting walls straightening as the path ahead became clear. She emerged from the cavern to find the starlight boat waiting. The figures stood at the bow, their glow brighter than before. "You have passed another trial," they said, their voice filled with quiet pride. The beacon grows stronger with every fragment you reclaim. Alicia stepped onto the boat, the fragment joining the others in their soft glow. "What's next?" she asked, her voice steady. The figure looked toward the horizon, where the sea shimmered with an uncertain light. "The journey continues. But each step brings us closer to restoring what was lost." And with that, the starlight boat sailed onward, carrying Alicia toward the next piece of the eternal beacon's light, and the unknown challenges waiting ahead. The starlight boat drifted into uncharted waters, the fragments of the eternal beacon glowing brighter with each step of the journey. Alicia sat near the bow, gazing at the sky above. The stars seemed to whisper, their light forming constellations she couldn't quite recognize. The figure stood silently beside her. "The next fragment lies in the abyss of silent voices," they said. "A place where the echoes of the forgotten dwell." Alicia frowned. "What does that mean?" "The abyss holds the memories of those who were lost to time, unspoken words, unfinished dreams, and untold stories. It is a realm of isolation, where silence speaks louder than sound." The boat entered a strange fog, thick and shimmering like silver thread. The air grew colder, and the light of the fragments seemed to dim as the silence deepened. No sound could be heard, not the waves, not the creaking of the boat, not even Alicia's own breath. Finally, the boat came to a halt, floating above a sea of pure blackness. The figure gestured for her to descend a staircase of light that shimmered into view, leading into the depths. "I cannot follow you here," they said. "But remember, silence can be a mirror. Do not fear what you find reflected." Alicia nodded and descended the steps, each one vanishing behind her as she moved deeper into the abyss. The silence pressed against her like a physical weight, and the darkness seemed alive, swirling around her in shifting patterns. As she reached the bottom, a faint glow appeared in the distance. She moved toward it, but the closer she got, the more the silence seemed to break. Faint whispers began to echo around her, growing louder with every step. "Why didn't you listen? Why didn't you speak? Why did you leave us behind?" The whispers formed a cacophony of regret and accusation, circling her like unseen spirits. Shadows began to coalesce, forming figures that looked familiar, friends she had failed, loved ones she had lost, and strangers she had overlooked. Alicia felt her chest tighten as guilt and sorrow threatened to overwhelm her. But she steadied herself, remembering the figure's words. She closed her eyes, letting the silence wash over her. "I can't change the past," she said softly, her voice breaking through the noise. "But I can honor it by moving forward." The shadows paused, their forms flickering like dying embers. One by one, they dissolved, their whispers fading into nothingness. In the center of the abyss, the fragment of the beacon's flame floated, its light steady and unwavering. Alicia approached it and reached out, her fingers brushing its warmth. As she claimed the fragment, the silence around her transformed into a gentle hum, like the softest melody. The darkness lifted, revealing a path of light leading back to the surface. When she returned to the starlight boat, the figure was waiting, their expression calm but proud. "You have faced the silence and found your voice," they said. "The light grows stronger because of your courage." Alicia placed the fragment with the others, their glow now bright enough to cast long beams across the water. How many more trials are there? She asked. The figure gazed into the distance, where the horizon shimmered with golden light. The journey is long, but you are closer than you realize. Each step brings us nearer to the beacon's full restoration. Alicia nodded, her resolve unwavering. The boat began to move again, cutting through the mist as it carried her toward the next challenge, and the next piece of the eternal beacon's light. The starlight boat glided across waters that shimmered with an unnatural golden hue, a stark contrast to the dark trials Alicia had faced so far. The glow of the fragments now formed a small constellation at the center of the boat, their light pulsing gently, as though alive. Alicia turned to the figure, who stood silent and still, gazing into the distance. Where to now? She asked, her voice steady. The figure pointed toward the horizon, where a distant island floated on the water like a mirage. The island of eternal shadows, they said. A place where light and darkness coexist, and balance is tested. Alicia frowned. What kind of trial will it hold? Only the island knows, the figure replied enigmatically. But remember, balance is not the absence of darkness, but the harmony of both light and shadow. The boat sailed closer to the island, and the waters around it began to ripple, distorting the golden light. The island itself was an eerie sight, half of it bathed in brilliant sunlight, the other half cloaked in impenetrable darkness. A narrow path of twilight connected the two halves, leading to a spire that seemed to touch the sky. Alicia stepped off the boat, the figure remaining behind as always. The air felt heavy with anticipation, as though the island itself was alive and watching her every move. As she walked along the twilight path, the light and darkness on either side began to shift, each pulling at her in turn. The sunlight felt warm and comforting, promising rest and peace. The darkness, though cold and foreboding, whispered of hidden truths and unseen strength. Suddenly, two figures emerged on either side of the path, one from the light and one from the shadow. The figure of light was serene and radiant, resembling her in every way but more perfect, unblemished by the hardships of her journey. It smiled and extended a hand. "Come with me," it said in a voice like music. "Leave behind your burdens, and you can be whole." The figure of shadow, in contrast, was twisted and dark, its voice a harsh whisper. "Stay with me," it urged. "Embrace the truth of your flaws, and you will become stronger than ever." Alicia hesitated, the pull of both figures almost unbearable. Each offered something she desperately wanted, peace from the light, strength from the shadow. But she knew neither was the full truth. "I won't choose one over the other," she said finally, her voice firm. "Light and shadow are both parts of me. I need them both to be whole." Her words reverberated through the air, and the figures began to dissolve, their forms merging into a single entity. It was neither light nor shadow but a perfect blend of both, radiating harmony. "You understand balance," the entity said, its voice a chorus of many tones. "You are ready for the fragment." The twilight path led her to the spire, where a glowing fragment of the eternal beacon rested, suspended in midair. Alicia reached out and took it, feeling its warmth fill her with a sense of completeness she hadn't felt before. As she returned to the starlight boat, the figure greeted her with a rare smile. "You have proven your understanding of balance," they said. "The beacon's light shines brighter because of you." Alicia placed the fragment with the others, their glow now almost blinding. The boat began to move once more, carrying her toward the final trials, and the completion of her journey. The starlight boat sailed into a realm unlike any Alicia had seen before. The sky above was a swirling tapestry of colors, violets, golds, and deep blues, shifting like a living painting. The water below mirrored the sky perfectly, making it impossible to tell where the horizon ended. Alicia looked toward the figure, who stood at the helm, their gaze fixed ahead. "What is this place?" she asked. "The canvas of eternity," the figure replied. "A place where thoughts and emotions take form, and the boundaries between imagination and reality blur." As the boat slowed, Alicia noticed shapes beginning to form in the distance, shadows of buildings, landscapes, and people. Each shape solidified as the boat drew closer, becoming vibrant and detailed. It was a city, sprawling and beautiful, but entirely unfamiliar to her. When she stepped onto the shore, the figure spoke once more. "The canvas will show you what you carry within, your hopes, your fears, your truths. To find the next fragment, you must confront these reflections." Alicia nodded and walked into the city, the air around her charged with energy. As she moved through the streets, the shapes shifted again. Buildings dissolved into trees, and the city morphed into a forest, then a meadow, and finally a vast, endless desert. In the center of the desert stood a mirror, tall and ornate, its frame shimmering like starlight. Alicia approached it cautiously, her reflection gazing back at her. But as she looked closer, she realized the reflection was not hers, or at least, not entirely. The figure in the mirror smiled at her, but it was a cold, knowing smile. "Do you know who I am?" it asked, its voice echoing eerily. "You're me," Alicia replied, though doubt crept into her voice. The reflection stepped forward, pressing its hands against the glass. "I am every doubt you've ever had. Every moment you wanted to give up. Every choice you regretted." Alicia clenched her fists. "You're only part of me. You're not everything I am." The reflection laughed, a sound like shattering glass. "Then show me who you are." The desert around her began to swirl, transforming into a storm of memories. Alicia saw fragments of her life, her failures, her triumphs, her pain, and her joy. The storm threatened to overwhelm her, the weight of her past pressing down like a heavy stone, but then she remembered the trials she had already faced. She had found courage in silence, harmony in balance, and light in shadow. She stood tall, her voice steady. "I am all of it," she said, her words cutting through the storm. "My mistakes, my victories, my fears, and my dreams. They make me who I am, and I wouldn't change any of it." The storm stilled, and the reflection in the mirror softened, its smile now warm and genuine. "You have embraced your truth," it said. "The fragment is yours." The mirror dissolved, leaving behind a shard of brilliant light. Alicia picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into her very being. When she returned to the starlight boat, the figure was waiting. They looked at her with something akin to pride. "You have faced yourself and emerged whole," they said. "The beacon's light grows stronger with every step." Alicia placed the fragment with the others, their glow now so bright it seemed to light up the entire horizon. The boat began to move once more, carrying her closer to the end of her journey, and the destiny that awaited her, the starlight boat drifted into a sea of silence. The only sound was the soft lapping of water against its hull, yet even that seemed muted. The air was heavy, not with fear but with an unshakable sense of solitude. Alicia turned to the figure, whose gaze was fixed on the vast emptiness ahead. "Where are we now?" she asked, her voice echoing faintly, as if the silence itself swallowed her words. "This is the abyss of solitude," the figure replied. "The place where even echoes fade. Here, you will confront what lies within when all else is stripped away." The boat slowed, stopping in the middle of the still, endless waters. Without a word, the figure gestured toward the horizon, where a small platform hovered just above the water's surface. On it was a single glowing orb, faint but steady. Alicia stepped off the boat, the water beneath her feet surprisingly firm, like glass. She walked toward the platform, each step echoing in the void. As she approached, the orb began to pulse, and a voice emerged, not from the orb but from within her mind. It was her own voice, soft and questioning. "Why do you keep going?" it asked. "What drives you forward when the path is so uncertain?" Alicia stopped, the question settling heavily on her. She had faced so much already, trials of balance, truth, and courage. But now, in the silence, she realized she had never truly asked herself why. "I keep going because I have to," she replied, though the words felt hollow. The orb's light dimmed slightly. "Is that all? A sense of duty? Or is there something more?" Alicia closed her eyes, the silence around her amplifying the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. Memories of her village, her family, and the figure guiding her journey flashed before her. She thought of the beacon, its light representing hope for so many. But more than that, she thought of herself, the person she had become through this journey. "I keep going," she said finally, her voice steady, "because I believe in what lies ahead. Not just for others, but for myself. This journey has shown me who I am, and I want to see where it leads. I want to become more than I was before." The orb's light brightened, its glow now warm and inviting. "You have found your reason," the voice said. "And in doing so, you have found your strength." The orb rose into the air, transforming into a fragment of the eternal beacon. Alicia reached out and took it, its light filling her with a profound sense of clarity and purpose. When she returned to the boat, the figure met her gaze with a rare softness. "You have answered the question that many fear to face," they said. "And in doing so, you have brought the beacon's light closer to completion." Alicia placed the fragment with the others, the constellation at the center of the boat now almost whole. The light it emitted was so radiant that it illuminated the entire silent sea, casting the abyss of solitude into the shadows. The boat began to move again, the silence giving way to the gentle hum of the journey ahead. Alicia felt a renewed sense of determination, knowing that the end was drawing near, and that she was ready for whatever awaited her. The boat sailed onward, cutting through the calm waters of the abyss of solitude, which now felt less like a void and more like a silent ally. Alicia had gained something in this place, clarity, a sense of purpose that seemed to anchor her spirit. The last fragment of the beacon had almost come together, and yet, she could feel the weight of the journey still ahead. The figure at the helm was as silent as ever, their face unreadable, but there was an energy in the air that suggested something was approaching. Alicia looked toward the horizon, where the faintest glimmer of light began to appear. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. The figure nodded. "We are nearing the edge of time. The place where the final piece of the beacon awaits." As they drew closer to the light, Alicia could feel her heartbeat quicken. The last fragment, what could it be? What trial would she have to face? The waters around the boat began to change. They shimmered, turning into liquid gold that seemed to ripple with every movement. The sky above turned a deep crimson, like a sunset that stretched into eternity, and then, in the distance, the light solidified into a massive structure, rising from the water like a floating city. It glowed with an intensity that was both beautiful and overwhelming, its form shifting between crystalline spires and ancient, weathered stone. The boat moved steadily toward the structure, the golden waters parting as if guided by unseen hands. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as they neared the grand gates of the floating city. The gates were open, as if waiting for her. "This is the realm of the final choice," the figure said softly. "Here, you will face the culmination of your journey. The final fragment is not just a physical piece, it is a choice, one that will determine the future of the beacon and the path that lies beyond it." Alicia stepped off the boat, her feet touching the golden waters. They felt warm, like the first rays of dawn, but there was something else in them, a sense of timelessness, a feeling that this place had always been and always would be. She entered the gates of the city, and as she did, the air shifted. It was as if the very fabric of reality had bent, and time itself began to unravel. Her surroundings blurred, and for a moment, she was no longer in the city but standing in the middle of an endless expanse of stars. And then, in the vastness of space, she saw it, a single figure, draped in shadows, holding a glowing orb. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, and yet it felt familiar. "You have come far, Alicia," the figure said, their voice like a distant echo. "But you must understand something before you take the final step. The beacon is not just a source of light. It is a mirror, reflecting the deepest truths of the one who seeks it." Alicia felt her pulse quicken. "What do you mean?" The figure stepped closer, their form now clearer in the starlight. "The final choice is this. Will you use the beacon to shape the world as you see fit, or will you allow it to shape you? The beacon has the power to change the fabric of existence itself. It can grant you unimaginable power, but at a cost. The cost is not just your spirit, but the very essence of what it means to be human. To seek the beacon is to seek the truth of the universe. But are you ready for that truth?" Alicia took a deep breath. The weight of the decision pressed on her chest, and she felt the presence of the fragments she had collected, each one representing a part of her journey, a part of her soul. "I have come this far," she said, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling inside her. "I will choose. Not for power, but for the world. I will use the beacon not to reshape it in my image, but to help it heal. I choose to bear the truth, no matter how heavy it may be." The figure nodded, their face showing a flicker of approval. "You have chosen wisely, Alicia. The beacon's light will not only guide the world, it will also guide you." The orb in their hands began to glow brighter, and in a flash of light, the last fragment of the beacon appeared in Alicia's hand. It was warm, pulsing with life, and as she held it, she felt her connection to the universe deepen. She felt the weight of all the lives that had ever lived and all that would come to pass. The figure faded into the stars, leaving Alicia standing alone in the vastness of space. The city, the gates, and the golden waters had all disappeared, leaving only the infinite cosmos around her. And then, in the quiet, she heard the voice of the figure once more, this time clear and calm. "You are ready, Alicia. The beacon's light is now yours to carry." With a final, steady breath, Alicia closed her eyes. She had made her choice, and now, the journey she had set in motion would continue, for her, for the world, and for all the stars that shone above. The starlight boat, waiting in the distance, beckoned her onward into the next chapter of her journey. Alicia stood still, her hands cradling the final fragment of the beacon. The orb pulsed with a steady rhythm, its light brighter than any star in the sky. The moment felt sacred, a culmination of everything she had endured. All the paths she had walked, all the decisions that had led her here. But even as the light enveloped her, she knew this was only the beginning. The voice of the figure echoed in the vastness, but this time, it was no longer a distant whisper. It felt like it was coming from inside her, as if the universe itself was speaking directly into her soul. "The beacon is not just light, Alicia," it said softly. "It is the heart of all creation, the pulse of existence. To bear its light is to carry the weight of all things, past, present, and future." Her heart trembled under the gravity of those words, but she didn't look away. She held the orb closer, feeling its warmth seep into her being, connecting her to everything, every moment, every star, every heartbeat of life. She felt a sense of peace wash over her, but it was not the peace of surrender. It was the peace of understanding. The ground beneath her shifted, and she found herself back on the starlight boat, the waters now glowing with a soft, ethereal blue. The figure was standing beside her, their form flickering like starlight. They nodded toward the horizon. "It is time to return," the figure said, their voice calm but resolute. "The light of the beacon has guided you. Now, it will guide the world." Alicia looked out at the endless sea of stars, her gaze drawn to a distant, shimmering light. The journey was far from over. But she was no longer alone. The beacon had woven its essence into the very fabric of her being, and with that light, she would return to the world, to guide it through the darkness. But there was a question that lingered, one that had never quite been answered. Will I be the same, after all of this? Alicia asked, her voice uncertain. After bearing the beacon's light, will I still be me? The figure regarded her for a moment, their expression unreadable, but then they spoke in a voice that seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages. "You will always be you, Alicia," they said. "But you will be something more. The beacon does not change you, it reveals you. It shows you the truth of who you are and who you can become. You are not bound by your past or your fears. You are the keeper of the light, the one who can shape the future." With a gentle touch, the figure placed a hand over Alicia's chest, and she felt a surge of warmth, as if the beacon's light had settled there, within her heart. A steady, glowing pulse that would guide her through the darkest nights and the brightest days alike. The boat surged forward, carried by an unseen force, and Alicia watched as the stars above them began to align, forming constellations she had never seen before. They weren't just patterns in the sky anymore, They were stories, waiting to be told. The journey ahead is uncertain, the figure continued, but you will walk it with the knowledge of the beacon in your heart. You will lead those who have lost their way, and your light will shine in places where hope has long been forgotten. Alicia nodded, understanding that the weight of the beacon was not a burden but a responsibility, one she was ready to bear. She wasn't just carrying the light for herself, she was carrying it for the world, for those who needed it most. As the boat sailed toward the distant horizon, the soft hum of the beacon filling the air, she knew that her life had irrevocably changed. She was no longer just a traveler. She was the keeper of the starlight, the one who would guide the world through the ever-changing tides of time, and as the first rays of dawn began to break over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the waters, Alicia knew that her story had only just begun. The light of the beacon was now hers to share with the world, and the journey of 1,000 lifetimes awaited. In the quiet of the boat, she whispered to herself, "I am ready." And with that, the starlight boat carried her toward the future, where the stars would guide her every step, and where the beacon's light would burn bright for all to see. Alicia stood at the bow of the starlight boat, her hands resting on the cool, polished wood. The horizon before her was still a canvas of shimmering starlight, the waters beneath reflecting a soft glow like the heavens themselves. She could feel the weight of the beacon in her chest, the steady, pulsing rhythm of its light aligning with her heartbeat. It was as if the universe itself had become a part of her, guiding her forward. But even as the boat sailed onward, the calm beauty of the moment was not enough to still the questions that stirred within her. The figure who had guided her thus far had vanished, leaving only a lingering sense of purpose. She was alone now, and though the path ahead was clear, the uncertainty of the journey still hung heavily in her mind. What comes next? She wondered, her gaze fixed on the stars. What do I do with this power, this light? The winds around her shifted, carrying with them a faint melody, a whisper of forgotten songs. She turned to see a small island rising from the waters, bathed in a strange golden light. It seemed untouched by time, the trees swaying gently despite the lack of wind, and the air itself shimmered with an otherworldly presence. A strange feeling washed over her, one of familiarity, but also of warning. She could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful, hidden within the island's heart. The beacon in her chest pulsed faster, as though it was trying to guide her toward something, or someone. Without thinking, she steered the boat toward the island, her heart filled with both trepidation and resolve. As the boat touched the shore, she stepped out onto the soft sand, the ground warmed beneath her feet. The air smelled of salt and something else, something faintly metallic, like the air before a storm. The island stretched out before her, its dense forest thick with towering trees and tangled vines. The light here was strange, as if the very earth held its own pulse, its own rhythm. Alicia felt the beacon respond to this, its light pulsing stronger, as though calling her forward. She followed the narrow path that wound through the trees, the sounds of the forest muffled by the ever-present hum of the beacon. The further she walked, the more she felt the pull of something deep within the island. It was as if the land itself was alive, breathing with the same rhythm as the beacon in her chest. As she reached the center of the island, she found herself standing before a towering stone structure, half hidden by the overgrowth. It was an ancient temple, its surface etched with symbols she didn't recognize. At the base of the temple, a stone altar lay, covered in vines and moss. The beacon thrummed in her chest, urging her to approach. Alicia stepped forward, her hand outstretched toward the altar. As her fingers brushed the stone, the world seemed to shift. The air grew heavy, and the symbols on the temple began to glow faintly, as though awakening from a long slumber. A voice, ancient and familiar, echoed in her mind. "You have come, keeper of the starlight." Alicia froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice was not of the figure who had guided her. It was something older, something more primal. The time has come to unlock the secrets of the beacon. The light you carry has been forged from the very fabric of existence, and now, it must be shared. Alicia swallowed hard, her fingers still resting on the altar. The light of the beacon flared within her, and suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The stone altar cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath. The voice continued, its tone both soothing and commanding. "You are the one who must awaken the hidden powers within the beacon. You must become the bridge between the worlds, between light and shadow, creation and destruction. It is your destiny to guide the lost souls of this world, to lead them to the light, just as you have been led." Alicia's mind raced. What did it all mean? Why me? She wasn't a goddess or a chosen ruler. She was just a traveler, someone who had been guided by the stars. Yet, here she was, standing at the precipice of something vast, something eternal. The altar shifted, revealing an intricately carved key embedded within the stone. It was the same shape as the beacon, and as her fingers wrapped around it, the light from the beacon surged in her chest. The connection between them was undeniable. She was no longer just carrying the light. She had become one with it. The voice spoke once more, its power now reverberating through the very air around her. "To wield the beacon's full power, you must make the ultimate choice. The light can heal, but it can also burn. You will be the one to shape the world's fate. Choose wisely." Alicia held the key in her hand, feeling the weight of her decision settle over her like a storm. Healing or destruction? The beacon's light could illuminate the world, but it could also burn it down. Her heart raced, and for the first time since embarking on her journey, she felt the true magnitude of what lay ahead. The key pulsed in her hand, the answer to her question hanging just beyond her reach. With a deep breath, Alicia stepped forward, placing the key into the stone's heart. The island trembled, the temple walls vibrating with power. The beacon in her chest pulsed in harmony with the key, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The voice whispered one final time, "The light is yours to command, keeper. The future lies in your hands." As the last word echoed in the stillness, Alicia's world exploded into light, and the path ahead stretched out before her, a journey of creation, of transformation, of destiny. The starlight boat awaited her return, and with it, the unknown future that was now hers to shape. The world had shifted in an instant. Alicia found herself standing in the heart of an ethereal landscape. The sky above was no longer filled with stars, but instead, a vast expanse of swirling colors, constantly shifting between shades of gold, silver, and deep violet. It was as if the very fabric of the universe itself had unraveled and rewoven into something new. She could feel the power of the beacon, the key, coursing through her like a river of light, alive and conscious, but with the power came the weight of responsibility. The path she had chosen was not one to be taken lightly. The voice that had guided her echoed in her mind, urging her forward. The future of worlds rests with you, keeper. You must find the balance within yourself, for the light you command is both a gift and a burden. Alicia took a deep breath, the air around her warm with the radiance of the beacon. She had passed through countless trials, journeyed across the seas, the skies, and into the deepest corners of forgotten realms. But none of those journeys had prepared her for this moment, this ultimate test. The land beneath her feet was solid, though it pulsed with the same rhythm as the beacon. Strange, shimmering paths stretched out before her, each one leading into the vast unknown. The light seemed to call her, drawing her toward the distant horizon where a towering silhouette awaited. It was an ancient tree, its roots tangled deep within the land, its branches reaching up to touch the very edge of the universe. The tree was alive with the same light that flowed from the beacon, its bark glimmering like stardust. She knew instinctively that this was the source of the world's balance, the center of all things, where creation and destruction met. As she approached, the ground beneath her feet began to hum. The air grew thick with energy, and the light from the beacon flared brighter, almost blinding. At the base of the tree, an entrance appeared, a doorway carved into the trunk, lined with intricate symbols that glowed softly. It beckoned to her, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. The voice, now softer but still present, filled her thoughts. Enter, keeper. You must face the heart of the light and darkness within you. Only by confronting your own soul will you understand the true nature of your power. Alicia stepped forward, her heart racing. She placed her hand on the tree's glowing bark, feeling the vibrations that pulsed through her fingertips. The moment she touched it, the doorway opened, revealing a vast chamber within. The interior was unlike anything she had ever seen. The walls were lined with mirrors, hundreds of them, all reflecting different versions of her. Some were filled with light, others with shadow. Some showed her smiling, others with eyes full of sorrow. She walked deeper into the chamber, her footsteps echoing in the silence. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a crystal, clear and pulsing with an inner light. The crystal was the same as the beacon, but its light was darker, more intense, almost dangerous. The voice returned, its tone solemn. This is the crystal of balance, keeper. It is the key to the power you seek, but it can only be wielded by one who has reconciled the light and darkness within. Will you accept the truth of your soul? Alicia hesitated, her gaze shifting between the mirrors. She could see herself in all forms, strong, vulnerable, compassionate, fearful. Each reflection seemed to speak a different truth, and yet none felt complete. She realized that in her journey, she had been running from parts of herself, parts she had feared to confront, the light and darkness within me. Alicia thought. It is not a choice of one or the other. I must embrace both to move forward. She stepped forward, her hand outstretched toward the crystal. As her fingers brushed against its surface, the room around her seemed to dissolve, and she was standing once again on the island, the starlight boat waiting beside her. The crystal pulsed with energy in her hand, its glow merging with the beacon's light. The air shifted once more, and the voice spoke one final time. You have done it, keeper. You have found the balance. The world's fate now lies in your hands. Will you shape it with the light of creation, or the shadow of destruction? Alicia's heart beat strongly within her chest. She had learned that true power lay in balance, in the harmony between light and darkness. The beacon and the crystal were two halves of a whole, and it was up to her to guide their energies toward a new beginning. She stood at the edge of the boat, the horizon stretching before her, an endless sea of possibilities. With the beacon in her chest and the crystal in her hand, Alicia knew her journey was far from over. The true challenge was only just beginning. The boat rocked gently in the water, waiting to carry her forward. She stepped aboard, her gaze fixed on the glowing expanse ahead, where the light of the stars called her to continue her journey, and so, with the power of both light and darkness in her soul, Alicia sailed into the unknown, the future unfolding before her like a vast, uncharted sea. Alicia sailed alone on the tranquil sea, her heart brimming with the weight of the crystal and the beacon. The water beneath the boat shimmered with the reflection of the stars above, creating a mirrored world that seemed endless, like the depths of her own soul. The boat glided forward, the gentle rocking of the waves a constant companion in the silence. As she sailed, the air around her began to shift. The winds changed, and the stars flickered, as if they were dimming in response to her presence. The starlight that had once illuminated her path now seemed uncertain, flickering in and out like the light of a distant candle. Alicia held the crystal close, feeling the pulse of energy within, a reminder of her mission and the balance she had achieved. The voice of the beacon echoed again in her mind, soft but resolute. "You have embraced the balance, keeper. But the true test lies ahead. To wield the power of both light and darkness, you must face what lies beyond the horizon. There is a place where the two forces collide, where the boundaries between them blur. And only the purest of hearts can navigate its depths." Alicia's grip tightened around the crystal. She had expected challenges, but this unknown realm, where light and darkness collided, filled her with both curiosity and fear. What could she face in such a place? And what would it mean for the world? As the boat sailed forward, the waters began to grow darker. The sky above shifted from soft hues of twilight to a deep, velvety black. The stars dimmed further, and a thick mist began to rise from the sea, wrapping itself around the boat like a shroud. The once clear path ahead became clouded, and the boat seemed to lose its sense of direction, as if it were drifting into a void. Suddenly, a shape emerged from the mist, a figure standing tall and still, its form barely visible against the darkened backdrop. Alicia's heart raced, and she instinctively reached for the beacon at her chest. The figure moved closer, and as it did, the mist parted, revealing the silhouette of an ancient being, its skin shimmering with a faint light, its eyes glowing like twin stars. The figure spoke, its voice both ancient and ageless, as if it had traveled through time itself to reach her. "You have come, keeper, to the place where all paths meet. The balance you seek lies here, but you must prove your worth. To wield the power of light and darkness, you must understand their true nature." Alicia stood, unsure of what to say, the weight of the moment settling upon her. The figure before her was not just a person, it was a presence, a manifestation of the very forces she sought to control. "What must I do?" Alicia asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty rising within her. The figure's eyes glowed brighter, and it extended a hand toward her. A soft, radiant light began to emanate from its palm, wrapping around her like a blanket of warmth. But as the light touched her skin, Alicia felt a sudden shift, like the pull of darkness, a weight pressing in on her chest. to understand balance, the figure intoned, you must first see the light for what it is, not as a tool for salvation, but as a force of creation and destruction. And the darkness, not as something to fear, but as the quiet void from which all things are born. Both are necessary, keeper. Without one, the other cannot exist. Alicia nodded slowly, trying to absorb the meaning of the words. The light had always seemed like a guiding force, something pure and good. The darkness, on the other hand, was something she had fought to control, something feared. But now, standing in this strange, surreal place, she began to understand. The two forces were not enemies. They were partners in creation. The figure stepped closer, its hand still outstretched, and the light around Alicia intensified, becoming blinding. For a moment, she felt herself drawn into it, as if the very fabric of the world was being rewritten around her. Her thoughts raced, but in that moment of overwhelming light, a new vision unfolded in her mind. She saw the world she had traveled, the realms she had passed through, the forests, the seas, the mountains, each teeming with life and energy. But within each, there were shadows, too, hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed. In every corner of existence, light and darkness danced together, creating a fragile harmony that held the world in balance. Alicia closed her eyes, letting the vision wash over her. She understood now. The world was not black and white. Good and evil, light and dark. It was a spectrum, and only by accepting both sides could she bring true change. When the light finally receded, Alicia found herself standing alone again, the figure now a mere shadow in the distance. She felt changed, more whole, more certain of her purpose. The mist around her began to fade, the waters calming, the stars flickering back into life above her. The voice of the beacon spoke once more, clearer now, filled with a sense of pride. You have learned, keeper. You have seen the truth. The power you hold is not something to be feared, but something to be respected. The journey ahead will be difficult, but now you are ready. The light and darkness within you are one. And you will shape the future of all that is to come. Alicia looked ahead, where the mist had parted, revealing a new path, a path that led toward the heart of the unknown. With the beacon in her chest and the crystal in her hand, she was ready. She had found the balance. And now, the journey would continue. The starlight boat began to glide forward once more, carrying Alicia toward the horizon where the fate of the worlds awaited. The boat drifted across the sea, its delicate frame cutting through the still waters like a whisper. Alicia's mind was clearer than it had ever been before. The weight of the two forces, light and darkness, no longer felt like a burden, but a responsibility she was ready to bear. The vision she had received, the understanding of the balance, had transformed her. The lessons were ingrained deep within her, each moment bringing her closer to her destiny. The stars overhead began to glow brighter, their light shifting and pulsing in a rhythm that matched the steady beat of her heart. The crystal at her chest seemed to resonate with the stars, as though it were attuned to their celestial dance. The starlight boat, once guided solely by the pull of the sea, now seemed to follow a deeper current, one that emanated from the very fabric of the universe. As she sailed, the mist that had once shrouded her journey began to dissipate, revealing a vast, shimmering expanse of water. In the distance, she saw a faint glimmer on the horizon, an island, its silhouette outlined against the shimmering sky. It was different from the islands she had visited before. There was a strange, ethereal quality to it, as though it existed between worlds. Alicia felt a pull toward the island, a quiet beckoning that resonated deep within her. She knew, without a doubt, that this was the next step in her journey. The island held the answers she sought, the final piece to completing her mission. The starlight boat sailed on, its journey unhurried, as though time itself had slowed to allow her the space to prepare. The closer she drew to the island, the more she felt the presence of something ancient and powerful. It was not an island made of rock and earth, but something else, something older, something woven from the very threads of existence. As she approached the island's shore, the waters grew calmer, the sky darkening to a deep indigo. The stars above shimmered brighter, almost as if they were guiding her. The boat came to a gentle stop at the water's edge, and Alicia disembarked, stepping onto the soft, silken sands of the island. The air was thick with the scent of salt and something else, something sweet and mysterious. She took a deep breath and looked around. The island was both familiar and foreign. There were no trees, no mountains, only a vast, open space stretching before her. The ground beneath her feet was soft and silvery, as though it were made of stardust. In the distance, she could see what looked like a great tower, its peak lost in the heavens above. Drawn to it, Alicia walked forward, her footsteps light, as if she were walking on air. The closer she got to the tower, the more she felt a strange presence, as if the island itself was alive, watching her, guiding her. It was a place of power, a place where the forces of light and darkness converged. The very fabric of reality seemed to twist and shimmer around her. When she reached the base of the tower, she saw that its walls were made of an iridescent material, shifting and changing as though they were alive. The door, if it could even be called a door, was a series of intricate patterns carved into the surface, glowing faintly with starlight. It was both inviting and intimidating, as if it knew she was the one who had come to unlock its secrets. Alicia reached out and touched the door. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the door began to open slowly, revealing a vast chamber beyond. Inside, the air was thick with power, and the walls were adorned with ancient symbols, symbols she recognized from the beacon, from the crystal, from the very core of the balance she had learned to master. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it rested an object unlike anything Alicia had ever seen. It was a sphere of pure light, swirling with colors she could not name, its surface constantly shifting, never settling into one form. The light it emitted bathed the entire room, casting intricate shadows on the walls. This, she realized, was the heart of the island, the core of the balance she had been seeking. As she stepped forward, the sphere seemed to react to her presence, the swirling light growing brighter, more intense. Alicia reached out, her hand trembling slightly. She knew that touching it would change everything. It was the final step. The answer to the mystery of her journey, but as her fingers brushed the surface of the sphere, a sudden, piercing voice echoed in her mind. It was the voice of the beacon, "Be careful, keeper. The power of the heart is not easily controlled. It is the source of all balance, but to wield it is to face your deepest fears. What lies within the heart is the ultimate test, the confrontation with yourself." Alicia hesitated, feeling the weight of the warning. But deep inside, she knew she had no choice. This was her path, and she had come too far to turn back now. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, steadying herself. She reached out again, her hand brushing the sphere. The moment she made contact, the world around her seemed to collapse into light. The room disappeared, and she was enveloped in a brilliant radiance. For a moment, there was nothing, only the light, vast and infinite. Then, slowly, shapes began to form around her, shadows, memories, and figures from her past. Faces, familiar and strange, appeared before her, flickering like stars in a dark sky, and at the center of it all, she saw herself, Alicia, but not as she was now. This was a version of herself from another time, another life. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and longing, a reflection of the conflict that had shaped her. A voice, soft and gentle, spoke from the depths of her soul. "Who are you, Keeper? What is it that you seek?" Alicia looked at the figure before her, seeing both herself and the world through new eyes. She knew now that this was the final test, to confront who she was, who she had been, and who she would become, and in this moment, she would make her choice. Alicia stood before the mirror of light, her reflection staring back at her with eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 lifetimes. The vision of herself, so different, yet so much the same, radiated an aura of sadness, hope, and a quiet, undeniable strength. The sphere's light pulsed around her like a heartbeat, each beat echoing through her very soul. The voice came again, softer this time, almost tender. "What is it that you seek, Keeper? What do you fear?" Alicia felt a pang of vulnerability, as though the weight of all her choices, all her sacrifices, had caught up with her in this moment. The journey had led her through darkness and light, through dreams and nightmares. Yet, now, in the presence of her own reflection, she realized that the true challenge had always been the confrontation with herself. "I fear." Alicia hesitated, the words catching in her throat. "I fear that all I've done has been for nothing, that the balance I seek is unattainable, that the power I've gained will crumble before me." Her reflection smiled, a small, knowing smile, as if acknowledging her fears but not validating them. To seek balance is to accept that both light and darkness coexist within you, the voice whispered. It is not a thing to be conquered, but to be understood. It is the acknowledgement of all that you are, both the shadow and the star. Your fear comes from believing that one must dominate the other, but the truth is that both must be embraced. Alicia felt the weight of the words sink deep into her being. She had spent so much of her life fighting the darkness within her, convinced that it was an enemy to be destroyed. Yet, here, in the heart of the island, in the center of this sacred place, she realized that the light she so desperately sought to protect could not exist without the shadows that gave it depth. Her reflection reached out, as though to touch her, and as the two versions of herself made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her body. She felt the power of the balance, the delicate dance of opposites, flowing through her like a river. She was both the keeper of the light and the guardian of the shadows. The light around her swirled and deepened, forming tendrils that wrapped gently around her, as if they were weaving together the very fabric of her being. Alicia closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel every sensation, every memory, every fear, and every triumph. She was both the dreamer and the dream. "You are ready, Keeper," the voice spoke again, now filled with a quiet reverence. "The heart of the island has shown you the truth. The balance is not something to be attained, but something to be lived." It is in you. As it is in all things. Alicia opened her eyes, and the sphere of light before her shifted once more, its colors deepening and pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm. She knew that her journey was nearing its end, but also that it was only the beginning of something greater. The power she had sought was not external, but had always been within her, waiting for her to realize it. With a final, steadying breath, Alicia reached forward and touched the heart of the island, the sphere of light. As her fingers made contact, a brilliant burst of energy filled the chamber, enveloping her in its warmth. The world around her dissolved into 1,000 fragments of starlight, scattering across the universe. For a moment, she was weightless, floating in the vast expanse of time and space, connected to everything and nothing all at once. Then, as if the universe had exhaled, Alicia felt herself return to the island. The starlight boat was waiting for her, tethered to the shore by invisible forces. The sky above had darkened once more, and the stars glittered like jewels scattered across a velvet cloth. Alicia stepped back into the boat, her heart light, her spirit full. The island had given her the final gift, understanding. The balance was hers to protect, not by dominating the light or eradicating the darkness, but by allowing both to coexist, to dance in harmony, as the boat began to drift away from the shore. She looked back one final time at the island, which was already beginning to fade into the mist. She knew that her journey was far from over, but now, she was ready for whatever came next. The stars above guided her forward, their light a beacon in the night, as the starlight boat sailed onward into the unknown. The quiet mountain village, nestled high in the rugged peaks, where the clouds seemed to brush the mountaintops and the winds carried whispers of ancient tales, there lay a village untouched by time. The quiet mountain village, known as Elderglen, was a place where the world below seemed distant and unreachable. Its people, humble and serene, lived simple lives, their days marked by the rise and fall of the sun, the changing of the seasons, and the rhythm of nature. In Elderglen, the houses were built of sturdy stone, their roofs steep and thatched with grass to keep out the heavy winter snows. The streets were narrow and winding, lined with small gardens bursting with flowers in the spring and vegetables in the summer. The village square was the heart of Elderglen, where the villagers gathered for festivals, to exchange goods, and to share stories under the shade of a grand oak tree that had stood for centuries. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the days stretched long and peaceful, and where the harshness of the outside world never quite reached. But there was something about Elderglen, something that even the quiet, peaceful villagers could not ignore. The villagers spoke little of it, but those who had lived in Elderglen long enough could feel the weight of an old secret, buried beneath the calm exterior. The mountain itself, with its towering peaks and hidden valleys, had a mysterious aura about it. The air was heavy with the scent of pine, and the sound of distant waterfalls echoed through the valleys. But there was also an unease, a subtle tension that lingered in the air, like the calm before a storm. At the edge of the village, on a small hill, stood the home of a young woman named Alara. She had lived in Elderglen her entire life, yet she had always felt like an outsider. Her eyes were different from the villagers, darker, deeper, as though they held a secret. She was often quiet, keeping to herself, spending her time wandering the forests or sitting by the river that ran through the valley. The villagers whispered that she had a special connection with the mountain, but none dared to ask her about it. Ilara's family had been caretakers of the village's ancient well, a deep, mysterious source of water said to have been blessed by the mountain spirits. It was a responsibility passed down through generations, and while most villagers avoided the well, fearing its strange power, Elara had always felt drawn to it. It was there, at the well, that her mother had often spoken of the legends, of how the mountain had once been a place of great power, where the forces of nature and spirit had come together in harmony. But that was long ago, before the villagers had sealed away the mountain's secrets, before they had decided to live in peace, disconnected from the mountain's ancient magic. Elara stood at the edge of the well, her fingers brushing against the cold stone, as she gazed into the depths. The air around her felt charged, and she could almost hear the mountain calling to her, urging her to uncover the truth. It had been years since she had felt this pull, but something had changed. Something was stirring in the mountain once again. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the village. Elara took a deep breath, the cool mountain air filling her lungs. She knew, deep down, that her life in Elderglen was about to change. The quiet, peaceful life she had known was fading away, replaced by something unknown and uncertain. As she turned to leave the well, a figure appeared at the entrance of her home. It was an old man, bent with age, his hair long and white like the snow-capped peaks of the mountain. He had lived in Elderglen longer than anyone could remember, and his presence was as familiar as the wind that howled through the village in winter. "Elara," the old man said, his voice raspy but firm. "I've seen the signs. The mountain is waking." Elara's heart skipped a beat. She had heard the old stories, the warnings passed down through generations, but never had she thought the day would come when the mountain would stir again. The villagers had forgotten the old ways, and the mountain had been silent for so long. But now, it seemed, the balance had shifted. The mountain. Elara repeated, her voice barely a whisper. "What do you mean?" The old man's eyes, though clouded with age, gleamed with a knowing light. "The magic of Elderglen is bound to the mountain. It has been dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. That moment is now." Elara felt a chill run down her spine. She had always known, deep within her, that her connection to the mountain was no accident. But what did it mean for the village? What would happen if the mountain's power returned? "You must go to the heart of the mountain," the old man continued. "The well is a doorway, but it is not enough. The mountain spirit is stirring. It calls to you. Elara. You must listen." The old man turned and began to walk away, his steps slow but steady. Elara stood at the well, her thoughts racing. She had never imagined she would be called to such a task. The mountain had always been a place of mystery and legend, a place where few dared to venture, but now, it seemed, the mountain was calling to her. And she could not ignore its pull. As the last light of the day faded and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Elara made her decision. She would answer the mountain's call. Tomorrow, she would begin her journey into the heart of the mountain. And whatever she found there, she would face it alone. For the first time in her life, Elara felt certain of one thing: the quiet mountain village was about to awaken from its long slumber, and she was the key to its fate. And with that, the mountain waited. The morning mist clung to the mountain like a secret, curling and swirling around the peaks as Elara stood at the edge of her village, preparing for her journey. The quiet village of Elderglen was still wrapped in the calm of the early hours, the only sound the distant murmur of the river below and the rustle of leaves in the gentle wind. But within Alara, there was no calm. A storm of emotions, curiosity, fear, and anticipation, whirled inside her. She could feel the mountain, even from here, calling to her. It was as if the land itself recognized her purpose, a pull stronger than anything she had ever experienced before. For as long as she could remember, she had heard whispers about the ancient mountain spirit, but the villagers had long since abandoned the old ways. They lived in ignorance, avoiding the mysteries that once governed their lives. Alara's connection to the mountain, however, had never been mere superstition. She had always known there was something more to her presence here, and now, she would discover the truth. Her only companion on this journey was the old man, Mordrin, as the villagers called him. He was a keeper of stories, a remnant of a time when Elderglen had been more than a sleepy village. He was the last living soul who remembered the old rituals, and Alara had always felt a strange, unspoken bond with him. His words were both a warning and a guide. The mountain was waking, and it needed to be faced. Before it could awaken fully, Alara gathered her few belongings, an old cloak, a satchel with dried herbs and a flask of water, and a small dagger she had inherited from her father. It was all she would need. She had no illusions of what lay ahead. The mountain had its own rhythm, its own rules, and to survive its depths, Alara would need to be more than just a caretaker. She would need to be its voice, its conduit, as the sun began to rise, casting its golden light over the village. Alara set out, her feet crunching against the gravel path. The village slowly began to stir, and a few villagers waved at her from their doorways, their faces still heavy with sleep. None knew where she was going or why. Alara had never been one for telling tales, and her purpose had always been a mystery, even to those closest to her. The path leading away from Elderglen was familiar to her. She had walked it countless times during her childhood. The trees parted, allowing her a view of the mountain, its massive silhouette framed by the sky. It was more imposing now than it had ever been, as if it were waiting for her arrival. The journey would take her through the dense forest, past the river that ran beneath the village, and into the heart of the mountain. Only there, in the forgotten caverns deep beneath the earth, would she find the answers she sought. The forest greeted her like an old friend, the cool shadows of the trees offering comfort as she walked. But the deeper she went, the more she could feel the shift in the air. The leaves seemed to whisper her name, the breeze carried faint, distant echoes, voices long silenced, perhaps. It was as if the very woods were alive, watching her every step. Alara paused several times to gather her bearings, allowing the sounds of the forest to fill her senses. She had always been in tune with nature, but now, her awareness was heightened. The mountain was not just a physical place, it was an energy, a living force, and she could feel its pulse beneath the soil. After a few hours, the forest began to thin, and Alara found herself standing before a vast cliff. The ground sloped upward sharply, and the air grew colder, the smell of pine thick in her nostrils. She could see a narrow path leading upward, winding through the rocks and boulders. She hesitated for only a moment before starting her ascent. The higher she climbed, the more the landscape changed. The trees grew sparser, replaced by jagged rocks and the occasional wildflower clinging to the stone. The path became steeper, more treacherous. And Alara's breath grew labored, the cold air biting at her skin. But she pressed on, feeling the weight of the mountain's gaze upon her. Every step felt both inevitable and unknown. She had reached a point of no return, and there was no turning back now. As she neared the top of the cliff, the landscape opened up before her. The valley below, where Elderglen sat nestled like a forgotten memory, stretched out beneath the veil of mist. The air felt charged now, alive with energy. At the peak, there was a small plateau, at the center of which stood a stone archway, weathered by time and covered in moss. It was a place she had heard of in stories, a gateway to the heart of the mountain. Alara approached the archway, feeling the weight of its ancient power. The stone was cool to the touch, its surface smooth and etched with strange symbols she didn't recognize. Her fingers traced the carvings, and the moment they made contact with the stone, she felt a jolt of energy course through her, as though the mountain itself had recognized her presence. A voice, low and deep, echoed in her mind, "You are the one. The keeper of the heart. You must awaken it." Alara stepped through the archway, her heart pounding in her chest. The world around her seemed to blur, the mountain's energy swirling like a storm. She stumbled forward, disoriented, and found herself standing at the edge of a vast cavern. Its walls glittering with an eerie blue light. The air was thick with the scent of earth and metal, and the sound of rushing water echoed in the distance. The cavern seemed to pulse with life, the heartbeat of the mountain itself. In the center of the cavern, there was a stone pedestal, atop which rested a glowing crystal. Its light flickered like a flame, casting long shadows across the walls. Alara knew, without a doubt, that this was what the old man had meant. This was the heart of the mountain. She stepped forward, her footsteps echoing in the cavern's vastness, and placed her hand upon the pedestal. The moment she touched the crystal, a flood of visions washed over her. She saw the village of Elderglen. Centuries ago, before it had become a place of quiet isolation. She saw the mountain, once alive with magic, now dormant, its power sealed away by the villagers' ancestors. And she saw herself, standing in this very cavern, the key to awakening the mountain's heart. The vision ceased, and Alara was left standing in the cavern, breathless. The heart of the mountain had spoken to her, and now, she knew her purpose. The mountain was waking, and with it, Elderglen's fate. Her journey had just begun. The crystal's glow still lingered in Alara's mind as she withdrew her hand from the pedestal, its warmth fading from her fingertips. The cavern, once filled with a strange, pulsing energy, now seemed eerily silent. The visions had been overwhelming, a flood of memories and prophecies, but amidst them, one thing was clear: the mountain had chosen her. She was not just a caretaker of the well, as she had always thought. She was the keeper of the mountain's spirit, the one who would guide its power back into the world. But with this realization came another: there was danger. The power she had awakened was not something to be taken lightly. The mountain had slumbered for centuries, and the balance that had kept Elderglen safe was fragile. If the heart of the mountain were to awaken too quickly, too forcefully, the consequences could be catastrophic. The mountain's magic, wild and untamed, could tear through the village, flooding the valley with chaos and destruction, Elara's heart pounded in her chest as she glanced around the cavern. The air was thick with the mountain's ancient power, a presence that made the very stone beneath her feet hum. She needed to act carefully, but what was her next move? She didn't have the answers, only the overwhelming sense that the mountain had chosen her to do something vital, something that had to be done now. Turning away from the pedestal, Elara retraced her steps through the archway and back to the cliffside. The view before her was breathtaking, but there was no time to linger. Her mind was racing, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her. She needed to speak with Mordrin, the old man who had warned her of the mountain's stirring. He would understand more than anyone. He had always known the ancient ways, the old stories, and the magic that still lingered in the earth beneath their feet. The journey back down the mountain was even harder than the climb had been. The once familiar path now seemed like a maze, with each step echoing in her mind. The vision of the cavern, the pedestal, and the heart of the mountain kept replaying in her thoughts. The power she had touched, its pull was still there, a tugging at her soul, like the mountain itself was calling to her. She had to stop it before it was too late, as the village came into view. Elara felt a sharp pang in her chest. She had always thought of Elderglen as a safe place, a haven tucked away from the world. But now, it seemed so fragile, as though it could crumble at any moment. The mountain was waking, and with it, the hidden forces of nature that had long been buried. She didn't know if the village could survive this awakening, and if it couldn't, she wasn't sure what would remain. She made her way to Mordrin's small cabin at the edge of the village, a place that had always felt like a sanctuary. The air around it seemed charged, as though even the weather itself recognized the importance of this meeting. Elara knocked lightly on the door, the sound echoing strangely in the stillness of the morning. The door creaked open, revealing the old man's weathered face. "You've returned," Mordrin said softly, his voice full of knowing. He stepped aside, allowing Elara to enter. "I've seen it," Elara replied, her voice trembling slightly. "The heart of the mountain. It's awake. The mountain is waking." Mordrin's expression was grave as he closed the door behind her. "I feared this day would come." He motioned for Elara to sit, and she obeyed, her mind swirling with the enormity of what had just occurred. The mountain's magic has been dormant for generations, but its heart is still alive. The old ones sealed it away long ago, believing it was too powerful for the world. But now, "The mountain is calling to me," Elara whispered. "I don't know what it wants from me. It showed me visions, visions of the village, the past, and a future I'm not sure I can control." Mordrin sat down across from her, his eyes tired but sharp. "The mountain chose you, Elara. That much is clear. But you must understand, this power is not easily controlled. The heart of the mountain holds the balance between life and destruction. It is the pulse of the earth itself, and when it awakens, it does so with all the force of nature. If it is not guided properly, it could tear the village apart. Or worse." Elara's throat tightened. "What can I do? How can I stop it?" Mordrin sighed heavily, leaning forward. "You must find the source. The source is the heart of the mountain's power, the place where the magic flows most strongly. There, you will have to make a choice, whether to seal it away once more or allow it to flow freely into the world. Elara blinked, the weight of his words sinking in. Seal it away. But the mountain is already waking. It's too late to stop it. Mordrin nodded. Perhaps. But there is still time to guide it. To temper its power. If you do not act soon, the mountain will be beyond your control. The magic will flood the village, and nothing will be left but ruins. The room felt colder as the silence stretched between them. Elara's mind raced. But one thing was clear, Mordrin was right. The village, her home, was in danger. But more than that, the world itself could change if the mountain's magic was allowed to run wild. It had the power to reshape everything. You must go to the source, Mordrin said, his voice firm. The mountain is waiting for you. And it will not wait forever. Elara nodded, determination rising within her. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but she knew she had no choice. She had to face the mountain's heart once more, and this time, she would have to make a decision that would affect not just Elderglen, but the entire world, and so, with a heavy heart, she prepared herself for the next leg of her journey. The mountain's pulse grew louder in her ears, and she knew, whether she was ready or not, she was about to face the heart of the mountain, and with it, the fate of everything she had ever known. The first rays of dawn broke through the mist that clung to the mountain's edge, casting a pale glow over the village. Elara stood at the threshold of Mordrin's cabin, her breath shallow and her thoughts heavy. The journey ahead would be long, treacherous, and filled with unknowns, but there was no turning back now. She had to find the source, the heart of the mountain's magic, and learn how to control it, or else everything she loved would be lost. Mordrin handed her a small bundle wrapped in rough cloth. Inside, she could feel the weight of a small, sharp blade, a tool for survival, he had explained. You may need this, he had said with a cryptic smile, his wrinkled eyes reflecting both sorrow and hope. The mountain has its own guardians, and not all of them are kind. With a final nod, Elara stepped out into the cool morning air. The village below was quiet, still wrapped in the serenity of dawn. She could hear the faint sound of birds in the trees, but the usual hustle and bustle of daily life had yet to begin. In her heart, she knew that this tranquility was fleeting. Time was running out, the path leading into the heart of the mountain stretched before her, winding through dense forests. Past rocky cliffs, and toward the cavern where she had first touched the heart of the mountain. She had memorized the way, but each step felt more daunting than the last. The mountain was changing with each passing moment, and she could feel the energy growing stronger, more insistent. It wasn't just the magic that had awakened, it was the mountain itself, as though it had come alive. As she walked, Elara's thoughts drifted back to the vision she had seen within the cavern. The images had been vivid, haunting, and filled with symbols she barely understood. There had been a figure, cloaked in shadow, standing at the foot of the mountain, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The figure had reached out to her. Its hands outstretched, but just as quickly, it had vanished, leaving only a sense of foreboding in its wake. Elara's fingers brushed the hilt of the blade at her side, a reminder of the danger she faced. Mordrin's warning echoed in her mind, the mountain has its own guardians. She wasn't sure what that meant, but the tension in the air told her that the mountain would not be easy to navigate. Something, or someone, was watching her every move. After several hours of hiking, the dense forest gave way to a rocky outcrop, where the ground sloped steeply upward. The air was thinner here, colder, and the wind seemed to carry whispers that sent shivers down Alara's spine. It was as though the mountain itself was speaking. But in a language she couldn't understand. She paused to catch her breath, surveying the land before her. The entrance to the cavern was hidden in the shadows of an overhanging cliff, barely visible to the untrained eye. This was the place. The place where everything had begun. Alara stepped forward cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of the mountain pressing down on her, as though the very stone was alive, watching her approach. The narrow passageway into the cavern beckoned, dark and mysterious, its depths unknown, but as she drew closer, something strange happened. The air shifted, growing warmer, more electric, as if the mountain itself recognized her presence. She paused at the threshold of the cavern, her breath catching in her throat. From within the shadows, a low, rumbling sound echoed, like the growl of some unseen beast. The ground beneath her feet trembled ever so slightly, as though warning her to turn back. But Alara refused to let fear control her. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The mountain had chosen her, and she had a duty to fulfill. With one final, steadying breath, Alara stepped into the darkness. The cavern was even more foreboding than she had remembered. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, and the air was thick with a strange hum, as though the very stone was alive with magic. She moved deeper into the cavern, the darkness swallowing her whole, until she could barely see her own hands in front of her, and then, out of the darkness, came a voice, Alara. It whispered, soft and low, but filled with an undeniable authority. You have come. Her heart skipped a beat. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, echoing off the stone walls, and yet, it felt impossibly close, like a whisper in her ear. She glanced around, but saw no one. Who are you? Alara asked, her voice trembling. The voice laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that filled the cavern. I am the mountain, it said. And you are mine. The words sent a chill through Alara's body. She had expected to find something, perhaps answers, or guidance, but she had not expected this. The voice spoke as though it was the very essence of the mountain itself, an ancient power that had watched over Elderglen for centuries. I am here to find the source, Alara said, her voice steadying despite the fear that gripped her heart. I need to understand the magic of the mountain. I need to know how to control it. The cavern grew still, and for a moment, there was no sound, no movement. Then, the voice returned, softer this time, almost pitying. The source is not something to be controlled, child. It is a force of nature, wild and untamed. It is the heartbeat of the earth itself. To control it is to risk the destruction of everything you hold dear. Alara's throat tightened. But if I don't control it, the village will be destroyed. There was a long pause. Yes, the voice said. But you cannot stop the flow of time. The mountain has chosen its path, and you must walk it. Alara's mind raced. She understood now, there was no easy answer. The source was not something that could be controlled, but something that could only be guided, respected. The mountain had chosen her, not to stop its magic, but to help it find its place in the world once more. Taking a deep breath, Elara nodded, a new sense of purpose rising within her. Then I will guide it. I will help the mountain find its place again. The voice seemed to smile, though she could not see it. Then you are ready, Elara. Ready to face the true power of the mountain. Suddenly, the darkness around her seemed to shift, and the glow of the crystal from her first vision began to materialize in the distance. It pulsed, bright and steady, like a beacon. Elara took a step toward it, her heart full of determination. She was no longer just a caretaker of the mountain's magic. She was its guide, its keeper, and its chosen one, and the journey to find the source had only just begun. The pulse of the mountain's magic seemed to reverberate through Elara's very bones as she approached the glowing crystal. The air grew thicker, and the scent of earth and stone mingled with something ancient. Something almost otherworldly. The further she walked, the stronger the hum became, vibrating beneath her feet, in her chest, in her mind. She could feel the mountain speaking to her again, its voice deep and insistent, echoing through her thoughts. Closer, it whispered, urging her forward. Come closer. The crystal, now much larger than before, stood at the heart of the cavern. Its surface shimmered like water, rippling with the ancient magic of the mountain. Elara reached out hesitantly, her hand trembling as it drew near the pulsating light. As her fingers brushed the surface, the world around her shifted, the cavern twisting into a swirl of colors and sounds. For a moment, Elara felt as if she were falling, descending into the very core of the mountain itself. Suddenly, everything stopped. She found herself standing in an immense, glowing chamber, the walls lined with veins of sparkling light. The floor beneath her was smooth, but as she looked around, it seemed to stretch on forever, an endless expanse that defied the laws of nature. In the center of the room stood a figure, tall and regal, cloaked in shifting shadows that seemed to swirl with the very essence of the mountain's magic. Its face was hidden, but Elara could feel its eyes upon her, a presence that was both familiar and alien. Welcome, the figure spoke, its voice like the wind, both soothing and unsettling. You have come far, Elara. How do you know my name? Elara asked, her voice echoing in the vastness of the chamber. She felt small, insignificant, beneath the weight of the figure's gaze. I know all who seek the source, the figure replied, its voice tinged with something ancient and knowing. I am the guardian of the mountain, the keeper of its magic. And you, Elara, are now part of it. Elara swallowed hard. What do you mean? I only want to protect my village. I need to understand the magic, to stop the destruction. The guardian's shadowed form seemed to ripple, like smoke, before it settled into a stillness that felt almost tangible. The source is not something that can be controlled. Child. It flows through the very fabric of the earth, through the stone and the air. To seek it is to understand the balance of all things. Balance? Elara echoed, confused. But the mountain is changing. It's unstable. If I don't stop it, the mountain is not a threat. Elara, the guardian interrupted, its voice both gentle and firm. The mountain is awakening, yes. But it is not a danger unless you fight against it. You must understand that the magic of the mountain is not something to be mastered, but something to be embraced. Only then will you learn how to guide it. Elara frowned, her mind racing. The guardian's words didn't make sense. How could she simply embrace the mountain's magic without understanding it fully? She had to do something. There had to be a way to control it, to keep the village safe. I don't know if I can just accept it, she said softly, almost to herself. I need to protect the people I love. The mountain's power is too dangerous. The guardian seemed to consider her words for a long moment. Then, it spoke again, its tone softer now, as if trying to calm her fears. The power of the mountain is not evil, Elara. It is simply a force of nature, as necessary as the wind or the sun. But like all things, it must be balanced. If you fight against it, you will only cause harm to yourself and your village. But if you learn to understand it, to guide its flow, you will protect those you love and the land itself. Elara's thoughts churned. She had always believed that magic was something to be tamed, something to be controlled. But the guardian's words stirred something deep inside her, a feeling that perhaps there was another way. She could not keep fighting the mountain, not when it was so much a part of her world. I understand, she said finally, though doubt still lingered in her heart. But how do I begin? The guardian stepped forward, its shadowed form seeming to dissolve into the air, leaving only the faintest trace of glowing light in its wake. You have already begun, Elara. The journey is not one that can be rushed. Trust in the mountain's wisdom, and it will guide you. But remember this, the source is not only the magic of the earth. It is also the magic of the heart. It will test you, challenge you, and make you face what you fear the most. Elara nodded, though she still wasn't sure what the guardian meant. The mountain's magic was not only in the earth, it was in her heart as well. She couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at the thought, but she knew that there was no turning back now. The guardian's voice echoed softly, like a whisper in the wind. You must face your fear, Elara. Only then will you truly understand the source. Only then will you be ready. With those final words, the chamber began to dissolve, the light fading until there was nothing but darkness. Elara felt herself being pulled, as if drawn by an invisible force. She gasped as the world around her shifted once more, and then, just as quickly, she found herself standing outside the cavern, the cool mountain air brushing against her skin. The crystal that had once glowed so brightly now stood silent, its light fading. But Elara knew, deep down, that the journey was far from over. The mountain had spoken to her, had shown her the way. But she still had much to learn, and much to face, before the magic of the source would be revealed to her. The wind stirred, and for a moment, she could almost hear the mountain calling her, urging her forward. There was no going back now. The path ahead was uncertain, but Elara was no longer afraid. She had learned something important. The mountain's magic was not something to fear. It was something to be understood, to be respected, and now, she was ready to continue her journey. The days following Elara's encounter with the guardian were a blur of quiet reflection. She had returned to the village with a heavy heart, still unsure of the path ahead. The mountain's power, once a source of dread, now seemed more like a riddle waiting to be solved. She found herself drawn to the forest once again, the same place where the first strange tremors had begun. It was as if the mountain was calling to her, urging her to uncover its secrets. Her village had returned to its peaceful rhythm, though the undercurrent of unease still lingered. People whispered about the strange events that had unfolded, about the shifting landscape, the unnatural silence of the trees, and the tremors that had shaken the ground. But none of them knew what to make of it. Only Alara had glimpsed the truth. The mountain was not simply changing, it was waking. She sat on the edge of the village square, watching the sun dip low behind the jagged peaks. The evening air was cool, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. Her mind was heavy with questions, but one thing was certain: she could not face the mountain alone. She needed help. That night, Alara gathered a small group of trusted friends. There was Kellen, a childhood friend who had always been quick with a laugh, though the weight of recent events had made him quiet and thoughtful. There was Asha, a healer, whose knowledge of the plants and herbs around the village was unmatched. And there was Taran, a skilled hunter whose deep connection with the land had always set him apart from the others. They gathered in Alara's small cottage, the flickering light of a fire casting long shadows across the walls. "Alara," Kellen began, his voice low, "we all know something is wrong. The tremors, the strange quiet in the forest, it's not normal. But why come to us? What's really going on?" Alara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the secret she had been carrying. "I've seen the mountain's heart," she said quietly, her voice barely a whisper. "I've spoken to the guardian of the mountain. It told me that the mountain is awakening, but it's not something we should fear. We need to understand it, not fight against it." The others exchanged uncertain glances. Taran, always the skeptic, crossed his arms. "The guardian? You've met it? Are we supposed to believe in ghosts and spirits now?" "It's not a ghost," Alara replied firmly, her eyes meeting his. "It's the soul of the mountain, the keeper of its magic. The mountain is alive, and it's calling to me." Asha leaned forward, her brow furrowed with concern. "But why now? Why is the mountain awakening after so many years of peace? What has changed?" "I don't know," Alara admitted. "But I intend to find out. The guardian said the path isn't something I can walk alone. It's a journey of understanding. And I can't do it by myself. I need your help." There was a long silence as each of them weighed the request. Finally, Kellen stood, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a solemn resolve. "You're our friend, Alara. Whatever this is, we're with you." The others nodded in agreement, each offering a quiet but steadfast promise. Together, they set out the next morning, making their way back to the forest that bordered the village. The air seemed heavier than before, as if the very trees were watching them, waiting. The path leading to the heart of the mountain was not an easy one, but Alara felt a deep pull, an almost magnetic force drawing her forward. It was as though the mountain itself was guiding her steps. As they climbed higher into the forest, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. The further they traveled, the more Alara could feel the pulse of the mountain beneath her feet, a subtle hum that resonated in her bones. It was as if the mountain was breathing, alive with ancient energy. Hours passed, and the group came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone archway, its surface covered in vines and moss. The stone glowed faintly, a soft blue light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the mountain's heartbeat. "This is it," Elara said softly, her voice filled with awe. "This is where the guardian spoke to me." The others looked around, sensing the same strange power that Elara felt. Turan took a cautious step forward, his hand brushing the surface of the arch. As he did, a low, resonant hum filled the air, the stone glowing brighter. "Elara, what is this place?" Asha asked, her voice tinged with wonder. "This is the threshold," Elara replied, her heart racing. "The place where the magic of the mountain connects with the world. Beyond this arch is the heart of the mountain. The source." Without another word, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold. The moment her foot passed through the arch, the world around her shifted. The forest disappeared, replaced by a vast, endless cavern filled with shimmering light. In the center of the cavern stood the crystal, the same one Elara had seen before, now much larger and more brilliant. Its light filled the space, radiating warmth and power. The ground beneath them trembled, but it was not a violent shake. It was more like a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with their hearts. "Elara," Kellen said quietly, his voice filled with awe. "What is this place?" "It's beautiful. This is where the magic of the mountain flows from," Elara whispered. "And this is where I must face my fears." The crystal pulsed again, and Elara felt a deep connection to it, a bond that went beyond anything she had ever experienced. She stepped forward, her hand reaching out toward the crystal. As her fingers brushed its surface, the world around her shifted once more, and she found herself standing in a new place, a place she did not recognize. Elara's hand hovered over the crystal, a strange warmth spreading through her fingertips as if the mountain itself was responding to her touch. The moment she made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, sending a shiver down her spine. The world around her blurred and twisted, as if reality itself was unraveling at the edges. Her vision spun, and she felt herself falling into an endless abyss, but instead of fear, she felt an overwhelming sense of calm. The darkness was not terrifying, it was vast, ancient, and full of knowledge. She breathed in deeply, allowing the stillness to surround her, and as she did, a voice, deep, resonant, and timeless, echoed in her mind. "You have come." The voice wasn't spoken aloud, it was a thought, a presence that filled her entire being. It was both a question and a greeting, as though the mountain itself was aware of her every emotion and thought. "I've come," Elara whispered, though she wasn't sure if the voice could hear her in the same way. "What is this place?" "This is the heart of the mountain. The source, the wellspring of all that flows within the earth. Here, time does not bend, but flows in currents of forgotten moments and futures yet to come. You have come to witness the truth that lies beneath." As the voice faded, Elara opened her eyes, only to find herself in a different landscape entirely. The cavern had vanished, and in its place stood a breathtaking vista, a view of the very mountain itself, but seen from a perspective she had never imagined. She was high above the village, standing on a cliff that overlooked vast forests, winding rivers, and the distant peaks that stretched to the sky. She could feel the pulse of the mountain beneath her feet, a deep, slow rhythm that resonated through the ground and into her bones. It was not just the pulse of the earth, it was alive, connected to everything in the world. "Elara," where are we?" Kellen's voice cut through the silence, and she turned to see that her friends had followed her into the vision. They stood beside her, looking just as bewildered as she felt. "This isn't real," Elara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it's something important." Asha stepped closer to her, eyes wide with wonder. "What is this place? What are we seeing?" Elara shook her head slowly. "I don't know. It's as if the mountain is showing us something hidden from us. The source, it's not just about magic. It's about understanding. About seeing things beyond the surface." As she spoke, the landscape before them shifted again. The forests and rivers dissolved, replaced by a swirling mist. Through the fog, figures began to appear, ancient beings, their forms translucent and glowing faintly. They moved gracefully, almost as if dancing in the air, and their faces were wise, serene, and filled with the knowledge of ages past. These beings. Elara began, her heart racing with realization. They are the keepers of the mountain. The ones who shaped the world with their wisdom. The figures drifted closer, their presence filling the space with a quiet, palpable energy. One of them, an ethereal figure draped in robes of light, stepped forward, its eyes meeting Elara's. "You have seen much already, child of the earth," the figure's voice echoed in Elara's mind. "But there is more for you to understand. The mountain has awoken because the balance has shifted. The threads of fate have frayed, and the land is restless." Elara's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? What has happened?" "The forces that bind the world together are weakening," the figure continued, its tone grave. "The old magic is fading, and the new is struggling to take its place. The heart of the mountain is tied to these forces. It is both a protector and a guide, but it cannot hold the weight alone. It needs a chosen one, a keeper, to restore the balance." The words hung in the air like a heavy fog, and Elara felt a coldness settle in her chest. "A chosen one?" "Yes. You, Elara, are the one the mountain has chosen. The one who will restore the connection between the earth and the sky, between the magic of old and the world that will be. You are the thread that ties it all together." Her heart pounded in her chest, and for a moment, she could scarcely breathe. "But I'm just a villager. I'm not special. I don't understand." "You are more than you know," the keeper replied gently. "The village, the forest, the mountain, they have always been a part of you, Elara. You were born with this connection, though you did not recognize it. The mountain has watched over you, guided you to this moment. Now, it is time for you to understand your role. You are the link between the past and the future." Taran, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his face filled with concern. "What does this mean for us? For the village?" Elara turned to him, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. "I don't know. But the mountain is asking something of me, and I can't do it alone. We all need to work together to understand how to restore the balance. I can feel it, there's something in the air, something that's pulling at all of us." The figure's eyes softened. "The path is not easy, child of the earth. The future is uncertain, and darkness stirs beneath the surface. But you are not alone. Together, you will find the answers you seek. With that, the vision began to fade, the mist swirling around them as the landscape dissolved into nothingness. Elara found herself back at the heart of the mountain, the warm glow of the crystal still pulsing gently beneath her hand. Her heart raced, her mind reeling from everything she had just learned. The mountain had chosen her, but she had no idea how she could possibly live up to such a responsibility. What did it mean to restore the balance? And what darkness was stirring beneath the earth? Her friends were silent, their faces filled with the same uncertainty and awe that Elara herself felt. But one thing was clear, the journey ahead would be long and difficult. Yet, together, they would face whatever came their way, united by their bond to the mountain and to each other. Elara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the crystal's energy, and nodded. We have no choice but to move forward. The mountain has called, and we must answer. Elara's hand hovered over the crystal, a strange warmth spreading through her fingertips as if the mountain itself was responding to her touch. The moment she made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, sending a shiver down her spine. The world around her blurred and twisted, as if reality itself was unraveling at the edges. Her vision spun, and she felt herself falling into an endless abyss, but instead of fear, she felt an overwhelming sense of calm. The darkness was not terrifying, it was vast, ancient, and full of knowledge. She breathed in deeply, allowing the stillness to surround her, and as she did, a voice, deep, resonant, and timeless, echoed in her mind. You have come. The voice wasn't spoken aloud, it was a thought, a presence that filled her entire being. It was both a question and a greeting, as though the mountain itself was aware of her every emotion and thought. I've come, Elara whispered, though she wasn't sure if the voice could hear her in the same way. What is this place? This is the heart of the mountain. The source, the wellspring of all that flows within the earth. Here, time does not bend, but flows in currents of forgotten moments and futures yet to come. You have come to witness the truth that lies beneath. As the voice faded, Elara opened her eyes, only to find herself in a different landscape entirely. The cavern had vanished, and in its place stood a breathtaking vista, a view of the very mountain itself, but seen from a perspective she had never imagined. She was high above the village, standing on a cliff that overlooked vast forests, winding rivers, and the distant peaks that stretched to the sky. She could feel the pulse of the mountain beneath her feet, a deep, slow rhythm that resonated through the ground and into her bones. It was not just the pulse of the earth, it was alive, connected to everything in the world. Elara, where are we? Kellen's voice cut through the silence, and she turned to see that her friends had followed her into the vision. They stood beside her, looking just as bewildered as she felt. This isn't real, Elara said, her voice barely above a whisper. But it's something important. Asha stepped closer to her, eyes wide with wonder. What is this place? What are we seeing? Elara shook her head slowly. I don't know. It's as if the mountain is showing us something hidden from us. The source, it's not just about magic. It's about understanding. About seeing things beyond the surface. As she spoke, the landscape before them shifted again. The forests and rivers dissolved, replaced by a swirling mist. Through the fog, figures began to appear, ancient beings, their forms translucent and glowing faintly. They moved gracefully, almost as if dancing in the air, and their faces were wise, serene, and filled with the knowledge of ages past, these beings. Elara began, her heart racing with realization. They are the keepers of the mountain. The ones who shaped the world with their wisdom. The figures drifted closer, their presence filling the space with a quiet, palpable energy. One of them, an ethereal figure draped in robes of light, stepped forward, its eyes meeting Elara's. "You have seen much already, child of the earth," the figure's voice echoed in Elara's mind. "But there is more for you to understand. The mountain has awoken because the balance has shifted. The threads of fate have frayed, and the land is restless." Elara's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? What has happened?" "The forces that bind the world together are weakening," the figure continued, its tone grave. "The old magic is fading, and the new is struggling to take its place. The heart of the mountain is tied to these forces. It is both a protector and a guide, but it cannot hold the weight alone. It needs a chosen one, a keeper, to restore the balance." The words hung in the air like a heavy fog, and Elara felt a coldness settle in her chest. "A chosen one?" "Yes. You, Elara, are the one the mountain has chosen. The one who will restore the connection between the earth and the sky, between the magic of old and the world that will be. You are the thread that ties it all together." Her heart pounded in her chest, and for a moment, she could scarcely breathe. "But I'm just a villager. I'm not special. I don't understand." "You are more than you know," the keeper replied gently. "The village, the forest, the mountain, they have always been a part of you, Elara. You were born with this connection, though you did not recognize it. The mountain has watched over you, guided you to this moment. Now, it is time for you to understand your role. You are the link between the past and the future." Taran, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his face filled with concern. "What does this mean for us? For the village?" Elara turned to him, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. "I don't know. But the mountain is asking something of me, and I can't do it alone. We all need to work together to understand how to restore the balance. I can feel it, there's something in the air, something that's pulling at all of us." The figure's eyes softened. "The path is not easy, child of the earth. The future is uncertain, and darkness stirs beneath the surface. But you are not alone. Together, you will find the answers you seek." With that, the vision began to fade, the mist swirling around them as the landscape dissolved into nothingness. Elara found herself back at the heart of the mountain, the warm glow of the crystal still pulsing gently beneath her hand. Her heart raced, her mind reeling from everything she had just learned. The mountain had chosen her, but she had no idea how she could possibly live up to such a responsibility. What did it mean to restore the balance? And what darkness was stirring beneath the earth? Her friends were silent, their faces filled with the same uncertainty and awe that Elara herself felt. But one thing was clear, the journey ahead would be long and difficult. Yet, together, they would face whatever came their way, united by their bond to the mountain and to each other. Elara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the crystal's energy, and nodded. "We have no choice but to move forward." The mountain has called, and we must answer. The air around Alara felt heavier now, as though the very mountain was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Her hand still rested on the glowing crystal, the pulse of energy flowing through her veins like a quiet drumbeat. The vision had ended, but the weight of its message lingered, pressing on her chest. The mountain had chosen her, but what did that mean for the village, for her friends, for her own life? Turan stepped up beside her, his voice quiet but filled with determination. What now, Alara? Where do we go from here? Alara turned to face him, swallowing the lump in her throat. I don't know yet. The keeper said we have to restore the balance, but I don't know how to do that. The forces, they're weakening, but I can feel something else. Something ancient. Dark. It's pulling at the threads of the world. Kellen's brow furrowed in concern. You mean something is trying to tear the world apart? Not tear, Alara replied, her gaze distant. More like, unravel. Slowly, but surely. The heart of the mountain is tied to the earth, to the magic of this place. And it's weakening. But we have to find out why. Asha, who had been silently observing, spoke up. There must be a reason this is happening now. Why would the balance shift like this? Why would the mountain call for you? Alara sighed deeply. I don't know. Maybe I'm not meant to understand everything right now. But I have to try. The village needs us. And the people we love, they're depending on us. The group fell into a heavy silence, each of them feeling the weight of her words. The village they had called home for so long, the simple, peaceful life they had known, was now at risk. And Alara felt the full weight of the responsibility on her shoulders. Turan gave her a reassuring smile, though his eyes held worry. We'll help you, Alara. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Alara nodded, her chest swelling with gratitude. She knew she couldn't do this alone, and with her friends by her side. She felt just a little bit less afraid. But still, the uncertainty gnawed at her. We need to find more answers, Alara said, finally letting go of the crystal. The keeper spoke of the old magic. There must be something we can learn, something hidden in the mountain itself. A clue, a guide. Kellen stepped forward, his gaze sharp and focused. Let's find it then. If there's something in the mountain, we'll uncover it. Together, with that, the group set out once more, but this time with purpose. The air was thick with the promise of something important, and the mountain's ancient silence pressed in around them. They knew they had little time before whatever dark force was growing stronger would make its move. The path back through the caves was familiar, but now it felt different. The walls seemed to watch them, as if they had become part of the mountain's consciousness. Each step took them deeper, and the further they went, the more Alara felt the pull of the mountain's heart, as though it was calling to her, urging her to hurry. The deeper they traveled, the more the air grew thick with an unseen presence, a pulse that vibrated through the walls and echoed in their bones. The crystal that Alara had once held tightly now rested in her satchel, a constant reminder of the task that lay ahead. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a massive chamber deep within the heart of the mountain. The walls were covered in strange carvings, ancient symbols, long forgotten, that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. The carvings told a story, but one that Elara couldn't quite understand. "This must be it," Elara murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "This is where the magic of the mountain resides." The group spread out, their eyes scanning the intricate designs on the walls. Kellen reached out to touch one of the symbols, his fingers tracing the grooves in the stone. "What do you think these mean?" "They look like a map of some kind." Asha knelt beside him, running her hands over another symbol. "I think they're more than just a map. They're a guide. Maybe this is how we can restore the balance the Keeper spoke of." Elara moved closer to the carvings, her heart racing. Something about them felt familiar, as though they were calling to her. She ran her fingers along one of the symbols, and as she did, a faint glow began to emanate from the stone. The room seemed to hum with energy, the walls vibrating with a power that felt ancient and immense. The ground beneath them trembled, and a low rumble echoed through the cavern. Elara stepped back, her breath catching in her throat. "What's happening?" Kellen's face was pale, his hand gripping the stone tightly. "I think we've awakened something." Asha looked around, her eyes wide. "What do we do now?" The room seemed to darken as the glow from the symbols intensified. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in shadows, its face hidden beneath a hood. It was as if the very darkness had taken form, and it stood before them, its presence cold and suffocating. "Who are you?" Elara demanded, stepping forward. The figure's voice echoed in her mind, deep and resonant. "I am the one who watches. The one who waits. Waits for what?" Elara asked, her voice trembling but defiant. "Waits for the reckoning." The figure stepped closer, its form becoming clearer, though its features remained obscured. "The mountain's heart has been awakened, but it is too late. The threads are already fraying, and soon, all will fall into shadow." The room grew colder still, the figure's presence filling the space with a terrifying weight. Elara's pulse quickened, and for a moment, she feared that they were facing something far greater than they had ever anticipated, but she stood her ground, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. "We won't let that happen. We'll restore the balance, whatever it takes." The figure tilted its head, its hollow gaze settling on her. "Then you will be tested, child of the mountain. Only by understanding the past can you hope to shape the future." With a flick of its cloak, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving only a lingering sense of dread in its wake. Elara turned to her friends, her heart heavy with uncertainty. "We have to continue. We're close. But the mountain, it's warning us." The shadows are already moving. Together, they stood in the darkened chamber, knowing that the true journey had only just begun. The chamber was eerily quiet now, the only sound being the faint hum of energy that seemed to vibrate through the walls. Elara could feel the weight of the figure's words pressing on her chest, an unspoken threat hanging in the air. They had only just begun to unravel the mysteries of the mountain, but already, it felt like the very earth beneath them was shifting, teetering on the brink of something they were not yet prepared for. Turan stepped forward, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, though his eyes held the same concern that Elara felt. "We can't let fear stop us. We need to press forward." Elara nodded, grateful for Turan's unwavering determination. She took a deep breath and turned back to the carvings on the wall, her fingers tracing the intricate symbols. They glowed faintly under her touch, as if responding to her presence. "We need to understand these," she said quietly. The figure said we must understand the past to shape the future. "There's something here, something in these markings. It might be the key to restoring the balance." Kellen joined her at the wall, his brow furrowed as he studied the symbols closely. "Do you think these could be a map of some sort? Like the other ones we saw earlier?" "I think they are more than that," Asha said, her voice thoughtful. "These carvings seem to tell a story, of the mountain's creation, of the magic that flows through it. If we can decipher it, maybe we'll understand what the figure meant." Elara's eyes narrowed as she examined the symbols more closely. As she touched one, a sudden spark of recognition flashed through her mind. The mountain's pulse seemed to match the rhythm of her heartbeat. These symbols weren't just markings, they were living, breathing energy, ancient but still very much alive. She could feel them calling to her, urging her to understand these symbols. She murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "They're not just telling the history of the mountain. They're showing us the path. The past, the present, and the future are all intertwined here." Kellen's eyes widened with understanding. "You think these symbols are a prophecy?" Elara nodded. "Yes. But not just any prophecy. A map, one that leads to the heart of the mountain. The key to stopping whatever is threatening the balance." Asha looked uncertain. "But how do we unlock it? We've been searching for answers, but it's like there's something we're missing." Elara closed her eyes, letting her hand rest on the glowing carvings once more. The pulse of energy was stronger now, and it seemed to resonate within her. As if the mountain itself was communicating directly with her soul. It was then that the answer came to her, not in words, but in an overwhelming sense of knowing. "The crystal," she whispered, a sudden realization dawning on her. "The crystal I carried, the one I used to awaken the carvings, it's the key. It's not just a tool, it's a conduit. It's what connects the past, present, and future." Without another word, Elara retrieved the crystal from her satchel and held it up. The moment it left the confines of her bag, the entire chamber seemed to shift. The air grew charged with energy, and the symbols on the wall blazed with a bright light. The crystal began to glow in response. Its light intensifying until it nearly blinded her. The ground beneath them rumbled again, but this time, it wasn't a threatening force. It was more like a deep sigh, a shift of something ancient awakening from slumber. Elara felt a connection deep within her, an understanding of something larger than herself, larger than anything she had ever known. The crystal pulsed in her hand, and the symbols on the wall shifted, rearranging themselves. Slowly, a new pattern emerged, a path, outlined in light, leading deeper into the mountain. "This is it," Elara breathed. "This is the path we need to follow." Turan's voice was low, filled with awe. "You've done it, Elara. You've unlocked the way forward." Elara nodded, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. "But we're not done yet. There's more we have to uncover. The mountain is showing us the way, but there's still much we don't know." Asha took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Then let's keep moving. We've come this far. We can't turn back now." The group exchanged determined glances, then began to follow the path that the glowing symbols had revealed. With each step they took, the air grew colder, and the walls around them seemed to close in, but they continued onward, driven by the urgency of their mission. The path led them deeper into the heart of the mountain, the walls now slick with moisture, the air thick with an almost palpable sense of power. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, watching them, guiding them. As they ventured on, Elara's mind buzzed with questions. What was the true nature of the magic that flowed through the mountain? What was the dark force that threatened its balance? And, most importantly, how could they stop it before it consumed everything they held dear? They reached a vast chamber, its ceiling disappearing into darkness. At the center of the room stood an enormous stone pedestal, inscribed with the same symbols they had seen on the walls. But this pedestal was different. It radiated an intense energy, a force that was both inviting and terrifying. "This is it," Elara said, her voice barely a whisper. "This is the heart of the mountain." As she stepped forward, she felt the ground tremble once more, and then, a voice, low and resonant, echoed through the chamber. It wasn't a sound that came from any living creature, but something deeper, more ancient. "You have come far, child of the mountain. But the true test begins now." The voice was both comforting and unsettling, its power undeniable. Elara's heart pounded in her chest as she gazed at the pedestal, knowing that this was the moment they had all been waiting for. But was she truly ready for what lay ahead? The mountain was watching, and its secrets were about to be revealed. The air in the chamber grew heavier as Elara stood before the pedestal. The voice that had spoken to her still echoed in her mind, resonating with the deep, ancient power of the mountain. She could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on her, filling the vast space with an undeniable force. Every fiber of her being trembled, but she remained resolute. The pedestal's stone surface glowed faintly, and as Elara stepped closer, she noticed a depression in its center, a space large enough to hold the crystal she had carried since the beginning of their journey. The crystal, still pulsing with energy, seemed to call out to the pedestal, as if it recognized its place in this ancient ritual. Elara exchanged a glance with her friends. Tarun, Kellen, and Asha stood behind her, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. They knew this moment was critical. This was the heart of the mountain, the very source of its power. Tarun spoke first, his voice barely a whisper. "Are you sure about this? Once you place the crystal there, there's no turning back." Elara nodded, her gaze never leaving the pedestal. "I have to. I don't fully understand what's going to happen, but I feel like this is the only way to restore the balance." The keeper said the heart of the mountain is connected to the earth's magic. This crystal is the key. If I don't do this, everything we know could be lost. Kellen stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Then we're with you, Elara. Whatever comes next, we face it together." Asha smiled, though her eyes held a flicker of doubt. "Let's restore the balance, then." No turning back. With a deep breath, Elara carefully raised the crystal, its light reflecting off the ancient stone of the pedestal. As she placed it into the depression, the entire chamber seemed to shudder. A low, rumbling sound filled the air, and the crystal began to glow brighter, its energy radiating out in waves. The symbols on the walls flared to life, swirling and shifting as if they were alive, rewriting themselves before her eyes. The pedestal itself began to hum with an intense vibration, sending a shiver through Alara's entire body. Her heart raced, and she felt an overwhelming pull, a connection to the mountain that was both terrifying and exhilarating. She could feel the mountain's ancient magic coursing through her, flooding her senses with visions of the past, of the mountain's creation, of the earth's pulse, of the balance between light and dark that had existed for eons. But as the visions flashed before her eyes, she also saw something darker, something that had begun to unravel the fabric of the world, a shadow. A deep, suffocating darkness that had spread from the core of the mountain, threatening to consume everything in its path, the shadow. Alara gasped, her voice trembling as the visions intensified. "It's already here." The pedestal's hum grew louder, and the crystal's light flickered. Suddenly, a great gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing the flickering flames that lined the walls. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and the ceiling above began to crack. A deafening roar filled the air, the sound of something ancient awakening from deep within the mountain. Turan reached out, grabbing Alara's arm. "We need to get out of here. The mountain's destabilizing," but Alara shook her head, her voice filled with determination. "No. This is the only way. We have to face the shadow, or the mountain, and the village will be lost forever." As if in response to her words, the pedestal began to glow even brighter, and the dark shadow she had seen in her visions manifested before them. It was a swirling, formless void, a mass of darkness that pulsed with malice and hunger. The air grew thick with its presence, pressing down on them as if it were alive, searching for a way to consume them all. Kellan stepped forward, his hand clenched around his sword. "We can't just stand here. We need to fight back." Alara raised a hand, stopping him. "We can't fight it with force. This shadow feeds on fear, on despair. We have to restore the balance, not destroy it." The shadow loomed closer, its presence suffocating. Alara could feel its darkness creeping into her thoughts, trying to twist her emotions, to turn her will to despair. But she held strong, focusing on the light of the crystal in her hands, the pulsing energy that connected her to the heart of the mountain. "I am the mountain's child," Alara whispered, her voice steady and filled with newfound strength. "I will not let you consume this world." The light from the crystal flared once more, a brilliant beam that cut through the darkness like a sword. The shadow recoiled, shrieking as if in pain. Alara focused all her will into the crystal, channeling the mountain's ancient magic through it, pushing the light deeper into the heart of the shadow. For a moment, it seemed as though the battle was lost. The shadow writhed and twisted, pushing back against the light with a force that threatened to overwhelm them all. But then, something unexpected happened. The mountain itself responded. The walls of the cavern seemed to pulse with life, the symbols on the walls glowing brightly, their power reaching out to reinforce the light of the crystal. The earth beneath them trembled as the ancient magic of the mountain surged, filling the chamber with a force that was both overwhelming and cleansing. The shadow screamed one final time before it was consumed by the light. It shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments, each one vanishing into the ether. The energy in the room shifted, and the mountain seemed to exhale. As though releasing a breath it had been holding for centuries, Alara collapsed to her knees, exhausted but relieved. The crystal in her hand had lost its glow, its power spent. But the mountain's heart was still alive, its pulse steady and strong. Turan, Kellen, and Asha rushed to her side, their faces filled with concern. "Elara, are you all right?" Turan asked, his voice soft. Elara smiled weakly. "I'm okay. The shadow is gone. The balance, it's been restored." The air around them had cleared, and the oppressive weight that had hung in the chamber was gone. The mountain was still. Silent. Alive. Asha looked around, taking in the quiet. "It's over, then." "We did it," Elara nodded. Though her eyes were heavy with the toll the battle had taken. "Yes. But the journey isn't over. The balance has been restored, for now. But we have to stay vigilant. The shadows may return." Turan squeezed her hand. "And when they do, we'll be ready." With that, the group stood together in the heart of the mountain, knowing that they had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. But they also knew that the mountain had secrets yet to reveal, and their journey was far from over. The silence that followed the battle seemed almost unnatural. The mountain, once trembling with an ancient energy, now lay still, as if holding its breath. The oppressive weight of the shadow was gone, but Elara knew that their victory was only temporary. There was still much to understand, and the mountain's secrets were far from revealed. As Elara slowly rose to her feet, she felt a lingering ache in her chest, reminder of the battle they had just fought. The crystal in her hand had lost its glow, its purpose fulfilled for now, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than what they had uncovered. Turan stepped closer, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you sure you're all right? You've been through so much." Elara smiled faintly, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. But we did it. The balance has been restored, at least for now." Kellen, still holding his sword, looked around warily. "The mountain is quiet, but something feels off. I can't shake the feeling that we've only scratched the surface." Asha nodded, her gaze fixed on the pedestal, which was now just a stone structure, devoid of the powerful energy it had once radiated. "The shadow is gone, but there's something about this place. It's not just a mountain, it's a living entity. And it's been hiding something from us." Elara turned her attention back to the pedestal. She could feel the lingering energy in the air. A faint hum that seemed to pulse through the stone floor beneath her feet. There was something there, something still waiting to be discovered. "Let's take a closer look," Elara suggested, her voice steady despite the exhaustion settling in her bones. She moved towards the pedestal, her fingers lightly tracing the symbols carved into its surface. As her hand brushed against one of the ancient markings, a low hum echoed through the chamber, and the pedestal shifted slightly, as if reacting to her touch. Turan's eyes widened. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Elara said, her voice filled with awe. "It's like it's reacting to me, almost as if it recognizes me." Kellen frowned, his hand still resting on his sword. "What do you mean?" "It's just stone, right?" "No," Asha replied, her voice quiet but firm. "It's more than that. The pedestal, it's part of the mountain's heart. And Elara. I think the mountain has chosen her." Elara glanced at Asha, her heart skipping a beat. Chosen me? What do you mean? Asha stepped closer, her eyes scanning the pedestal. You're not just a part of this journey, Elara. I think you're meant to be its protector, the one who keeps the balance, the one who can channel the mountain's magic. The word struck Elara like a bolt of lightning. She had always known she was different, that there was something about her connection to the mountain that was more than just coincidence. But to hear Asha say it out loud, she wasn't sure how to feel. I'm not sure I'm ready for that, Elara admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't ask for any of this. Turan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. None of us did. But you've already done more than any of us could have. You've restored the balance, Elara. Whatever this next part is, we'll face it together, Elara nodded, grateful for Turan's unwavering support. She took a deep breath and placed her hand back on the pedestal. The hum grew louder, and the stone began to shift again, this time more violently. The markings on its surface began to glow, and the entire chamber seemed to come alive with energy. Suddenly, a voice, deep and resonant, filled the air, vibrating through the very ground beneath their feet. Child of the mountain, you have unlocked the path to the heart of the earth. But the journey is far from over. You must now choose. Will you become the guardian of the mountain's magic, or will you return to your world, leaving this power to fade into the depths of time? The voice reverberated in Elara's mind, its words not just heard but felt, as though they were a part of her very essence. She closed her eyes, taking a moment to process the magnitude of what she was being asked. To become the guardian of the mountain's magic was no small task. It meant dedicating her life to its protection, ensuring that the balance between light and dark, life and death, would be maintained for centuries to come. But was she ready for that? Did she have the strength to bear such a responsibility? The other members of the group stood silently, watching her with a mix of anticipation and concern. They understood that the decision before Elara was not an easy one. The weight of the mountain's legacy was something no one could fully comprehend. I can't make this decision alone, Elara said at last, her voice steady but filled with uncertainty. I need your help. What should I do? Turan stepped forward, his expression calm but serious. We're all in this together. Whatever path you choose, we'll support you. But remember, Elara, you've already shown what you're capable of. You restored the balance, even when it seemed impossible. That's not something everyone can do, Asha nodded in agreement. You're more than just a traveler in this story, Elara. You've already proven that. The mountain is calling to you for a reason. I believe you can do this. Kellen was silent for a moment before he spoke, his voice quiet but resolute. If the mountain believes in you, then so do we. Elara looked at each of them, feeling their faith and trust in her. She thought of the village, the people she had left behind, and the world that still awaited her outside the mountain's heart. But she also thought of the deep connection she felt with this place, the magic that flowed through her veins, and the responsibility that came with it. The choice was hers to make. With a deep breath, Elara closed her eyes, centering herself. When she spoke again, her voice was steady and filled with purpose. I choose to protect the mountain. To be its guardian. To keep the balance and ensure that its magic is never lost. The ground beneath them shook as the voice of the mountain responded, its tone both approving and final. then your journey begins anew, child of the mountain. You are the protector now. The balance will be yours to maintain, for as long as you walk this earth. Elara's heart swelled with a sense of duty and purpose. She knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she was ready. With the support of her friends and the strength of the mountain behind her, she would face whatever came next. The journey of the Guardian had begun, and it would not end until the balance was restored, for good. The calm that had settled in the heart of the mountain was almost too peaceful. Elara sat in the center of the chamber, her back resting against the now still pedestal, the crystal no longer glowing in her hand. Her breathing, slow and measured, matched the steady pulse of the mountain beneath her feet. The threat of the shadow had dissipated. But an unsettling silence lingered, as if the mountain itself were waiting for something more. Taran, Kellen, and Asha had gathered around her, their faces weary but relieved. The battle had been long and exhausting, but they had prevailed. Still, there was a shared sense among them that their journey was far from complete. Is it truly over? Asha asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she gazed around the cavern. The walls, once crackling with dark energy, now appeared serene, their intricate symbols fading into the background. It is, for now, Elara replied, her voice tinged with both relief and uncertainty. But the mountain has shown me that this was just one chapter. The shadows may be gone, but they were not the root of the problem. There's something deeper, something older, at play here. Kellen stepped forward, his eyes searching her face. What do you mean? We've faced the shadow. We've restored the balance. Isn't that enough? Elara shook her head slowly. It's only a small piece of the puzzle. The shadow, whatever it was a symptom, not the cause. The real threat is tied to the mountain's ancient magic. The balance we've restored today. It's fragile. We have to ensure that it doesn't slip again. Asha crossed her arms, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. You think the mountain is still in danger? Elara nodded, the weight of her words settling heavy in her chest. Yes. The heart of the mountain is still alive, and it is connected to the magic of the earth. But there's something off about it. It's as though something is feeding off its power, something that we haven't yet seen. Taran's brow furrowed. Do you think we can stop it? Do we have to go deeper into the mountain? Elara stood up, her legs shaky but her resolve stronger than ever. We don't know yet. But we can't leave here without knowing the full extent of the danger. If there's something worse lurking in the mountain, it's better we face it now than wait until it's too late. The chamber felt colder now, the stillness almost oppressive. It was as though the mountain had sensed their resolve and was ready to reveal more of its secrets. With a final glance at her friends, Elara turned toward the tunnel that stretched beyond the pedestal. The path they had followed earlier had seemed to end at the chamber, but now, the air shimmered, as though the tunnel itself was inviting them deeper. I think we need to go farther, she said, her voice steady despite the growing uncertainty. There's something beyond this place, something we have to uncover before we can leave. The group exchanged uncertain glances, but there was no hesitation in their eyes. They had come too far to turn back now. Let's go, Kellen said, his voice firm. We're with you, Elara. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, the light from their torches flickering as they moved forward. The tunnel stretched endlessly, the walls narrowing as they descended deeper into the mountain's heart. The air grew thicker, more charged, and Alara could feel the vibrations in the ground beneath her feet, faint tremors that echoed the pulse of the mountain. As they walked, the silence was broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional murmur of wind, whispering through unseen crevices. It was as if the mountain was alive, breathing with them, guiding them toward some hidden truth. After what felt like hours, the tunnel finally opened into another vast chamber, this one even larger than the one they had left behind. The walls here were adorned with more symbols. Their glow dim but constant, casting an ethereal light over the space. At the center of the room stood an ancient stone archway, its edges cracked and worn by the passage of time. But there was something unmistakable about it, a sense of power that emanated from its core, as if it were a gateway to another world. Alara's heart raced. This was it. This was the place she had been searching for, the heart of the mountain. Is this it? Asha whispered, her voice barely audible. Alara nodded, stepping forward. The archway seemed to beckon to her, its energy calling to her very soul. This is the source. Whatever is causing the imbalance in the mountain, it's connected to this archway. We have to cross through it. Turan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? We don't know what's on the other side, I'm sure, Alara said, her voice unwavering. The mountain has shown me enough to know that we have to pass through. It's the only way to understand what's truly happening. With a deep breath, Alara stepped closer to the archway. The moment she crossed the threshold, the ground beneath her feet rumbled, the energy in the chamber spiking. The light from the symbols on the walls flared, brighter than ever before, as if acknowledging her presence. Then, the world around her seemed to shift, the chamber dissolved into a sea of light, and Alara found herself standing on the edge of a vast, swirling landscape. The sky was a deep violet, with stars that glowed like lanterns, casting a soft, otherworldly glow on the terrain below. The ground beneath her feet was a mixture of stone and crystal, reflecting the light in strange, shimmering patterns. This was not part of the mountain. It was something beyond it, a realm of magic and power that Alara could scarcely comprehend. The others stood beside her, equally mesmerized by the strange beauty of this new world. What is this place? Kellen asked, his voice full of awe. I don't know, Alara replied, her gaze scanning the horizon. But I think this is where the answers lie. Before them, a towering figure appeared, shrouded in mist. It was tall, cloaked in robes of silver that glimmered like moonlight, its face hidden in shadow. The figure's presence was overwhelming, radiating an ancient wisdom and power that made Alara feel both insignificant and important at once. The figure raised a hand, and the mist parted, revealing a path that stretched toward an enormous temple in the distance. You have come, the figure said, its voice echoing through the strange landscape. But you are not alone. The balance must be restored, and the truth must be faced. Alara's heart pounded as she realized that the true test had only just begun. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The mountain had led her here for a reason. And the answers she sought were closer than ever before. The mist around Alara and her companions swirled as the towering figure raised its hand, directing them toward the path leading to the distant temple. The air hummed with an ancient power, a force Alara could feel deep within her bones. It was as if the very land they stood on was alive, watching, waiting, with no other choice but to follow, Elara and her friends began walking, their footsteps echoing on the crystal-infused ground. The path ahead was long and winding, disappearing into the endless horizon. The temple loomed in the distance, its spires reaching toward the starry violet sky, as if trying to touch the heavens themselves. The figure did not move but continued to watch them from its place in the mist, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of this realm, this place. Asha's voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the fragile atmosphere. "It's unlike anything we've ever seen," Elara nodded. "This is the heart of the mountain's magic, the source of everything. I can feel it, like a pulse beneath my skin." Turan walked beside her, his brow furrowed. "Do you think the temple holds the answers? Is it really the key to stopping whatever is threatening the balance?" "I don't know," Elara admitted. "But I have to believe it is. This place feels important, and I feel like the mountain is trying to show us something." The journey to the temple seemed to stretch on endlessly, the landscape shifting subtly with each step they took. The ground beneath them became smoother, almost glass-like in some places, and the air grew warmer as they neared the temple. As they approached the entrance, the mist began to thin, revealing intricate carvings along the walls of the temple. Symbols older than time itself were etched into the stone, glowing faintly with a soft, golden light. These symbols were different from the ones they had seen in the mountain. It was as if they belonged to another era entirely, one that was beyond even the mountain's memory. Kellen stopped, staring up at the towering archway of the temple. "This place is ancient. Older than anything we've ever known. It feels like it was built by the gods themselves," Asha said, her voice filled with awe. Elara stepped forward, her hand resting on the cool stone of the arch. As her fingers brushed the surface, the stone vibrated gently, sending a ripple of energy through the air. She felt the power thrumming within her, the magic of the mountain calling to her, pulling her deeper into the heart of its mystery. The figure in the mist spoke again, its voice calm but commanding. "You have arrived. The answers you seek lie within, but only if you are willing to face what comes next." Without another word, the figure vanished into the mist, leaving them to make their decision. The temple's entrance stood open before them, the air inside thick with anticipation. "I think we're meant to go in," Elara said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty she felt. "The mountain has brought us here for a reason. We can't turn back now." With a final glance at her companions, Elara stepped into the temple. The others followed close behind her, and as they crossed the threshold, a wave of energy washed over them. The air inside was cooler, filled with the scent of earth and stone, and the light from the glowing symbols on the walls cast a soft, ethereal glow across the vast space. The temple was more than just a structure. It was a living thing. Its walls pulsing with energy, its floors vibrating beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper, the path split into multiple corridors, each one leading in a different direction. But one path seemed to call to Elara more strongly than the others. It was a narrow, winding corridor that led toward a massive door, its surface etched with the same glowing symbols they had seen outside. "This is it," Elara said, her heart racing. "This is where we're meant to go." The others nodded in agreement, and together, they moved toward the door. As Elara reached for the handle, a soft voice filled the air, gentle, yet filled with power. "To unlock the door, you must first face the trials that lie within." Only those who prove their worth may enter the chamber of truth. The voice echoed through the hall, reverberating off the stone walls, and for a moment, Elara felt a wave of doubt wash over her. What trials awaited them beyond this door? What would they have to face to prove their worth? But there was no turning back now. They had come too far to stop. Elara pushed the door open, and as it creaked on its ancient hinges, a bright light flooded the corridor. The air shimmered with magic, and for a moment, Elara was blinded by the brilliance. When her eyes adjusted, she saw that they had entered a vast chamber, its walls lined with ancient mirrors. Each mirror reflected a different version of Elara, each one a distorted image, representing a possible path her life could have taken. "Welcome, child of the mountain," the voice spoke again, this time from all around them. "Here, you will face your own truths. Only when you have come to terms with the choices you have made, and those you have yet to make, can you move forward." Elara felt a chill run through her. The trials were not physical, but mental, testing her very soul. She stepped forward, unsure of what lay ahead but determined to face it. The first mirror in front of her shimmered, showing a version of herself where she had never left the village. In this reflection, she was content, living a quiet life, free from the weight of the world's troubles. The image of herself smiled back at her, carefree and serene, with no shadows of doubt in her eyes. A voice, soft but clear, echoed in Elara's mind. "Would you have preferred this life? A simple existence, untouched by the burdens of magic and destiny?" Elara's chest tightened. She had often wondered what life would have been like had she stayed behind, safe within the village's walls. But deep down, she knew she couldn't have chosen that path. She had a purpose now, one that was bigger than her own desires. "No," she whispered, more to herself than to the mirror. "I couldn't live like that. I've chosen this path for a reason. The mountain needs me." The reflection in the mirror shifted, dissolving into a new image. This time, it showed her standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out over a stormy sea. A great darkness swirled beneath the waves, threatening to rise and swallow everything in its path. Will you face the storm, or turn away, leaving the world to its fate? Elara's heart pounded. This reflection wasn't a fantasy, it was the reality she had come to face. The weight of the world rested on her shoulders now, and there was no room for hesitation. "I will face it," she said, her voice firm, her eyes locked on the image. "I am ready to protect this world, even if it means sacrificing everything." The mirror shimmered again, its surface rippling like water. A final image appeared, showing Elara standing in the heart of the mountain, surrounded by light and shadow. In her hand, she held a crystal, glowing with a power that seemed to emanate from the very core of the earth. "This is the path you must walk, the path of the guardian. Are you willing to bear this responsibility?" Elara's heart swelled as she gazed upon the final reflection. This was her destiny. She had already made her choice, and she would not turn back now. "Yes," she said, her voice resolute, filled with the strength of all she had endured. "I will protect the mountain, and I will keep the balance. This is my path." The mirrors faded, and the chamber was silent once more. Elara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her decision settle upon her shoulders. The trials had not been easy, but she had faced them. And now, she was ready. The voice spoke again, softer this time, as though in approval. your trials are complete. You are worthy, child of the mountain. The path to the heart of the earth is open to you. The massive door ahead swung open, revealing the chamber beyond, a place where the mountain's magic was at its strongest, its power waiting to be wielded by the one chosen to protect it. Elara stepped forward, her heart filled with purpose. The trials had tested her, but she was more certain than ever that she had made the right choice. The journey was far from over, but Elara was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, with the mountain's magic in her hands and the weight of her destiny guiding her forward. The towering figure before Elara radiated a presence so powerful it was as if the very air trembled in response. The mist parted further, revealing a path leading toward the distant temple. The landscape around them remained still, the only movement the soft, rhythmic pulse of energy that hummed through the ground beneath their feet. Elara felt both drawn and intimidated by this unknown world. She could sense that whatever lay ahead was a test of some kind, and it was a test she couldn't face alone. The figure, its features still hidden in shadow, spoke again, the voice reverberating in Elara's chest like a deep, ancient bell. You have come to the heart of the mountain, but you have yet to understand the depth of its magic. The path you now walk is one of sacrifice, for the mountain's power is both a gift and a burden. You must choose, will you bear the weight of its truth, or will you walk away and leave it to fade into legend? Elara felt her throat tighten. She had come this far, driven by a desire to restore balance, to protect the mountain and its people. But the voice, calm yet filled with foreboding, made her question whether she was ready to carry the burden that would come with knowing the full truth. I don't know what lies ahead, she said, her voice steady despite the unease coiling in her gut, but I'm not afraid to face it. I've come this far, and I will see this through. The figure seemed to pause, as though considering her words carefully. Then, a slow movement, a gesture of invitation, and the mist parted further, revealing the path in front of them. The path was long, stretching across fields of glittering crystal and jagged stone, winding toward the towering temple that stood at the heart of this strange world. You speak of courage, the figure said softly, but courage alone will not be enough. You must understand that to protect the mountain, you must first understand its origins, and the price it demands. Without another word, the figure raised its hand again, and Elara felt an invisible force gently push her forward. She glanced back at her companions, their faces filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. Tarun, Kellen, and Asha were all ready to follow, their trust in her unspoken but clear. Let's go, Elara said, her voice unwavering. Together, the group stepped forward, each of them bracing themselves for whatever lay ahead. As they walked, the air grew heavier with each step, the strange pulse of energy in the ground growing stronger. It was as though the land itself was testing them, pulling them deeper into the mysteries of the mountain. The temple loomed closer, its entrance framed by towering pillars of black stone, each one inscribed with more of the cryptic symbols that seemed to pulse with life. The door to the temple was massive, its surface covered in intricate carvings that shimmered in the violet light of the sky. When they reached the temple's entrance, the figure appeared once more, now standing in the shadow of the door. Its presence was immense, filling the air with an unspoken power. Enter, the figure said, its voice now echoing in their minds. But remember, the truth you seek will change you. The mountain's magic is not a gift to be taken lightly. It is a force of creation and destruction, bound to the very soul of the earth. Will you protect it, or will you be consumed by it? Elara felt a chill run down her spine, but her resolve remained unshaken. She stepped forward, her hand reaching for the door. As her fingers brushed the cool stone, the door groaned and began to open slowly, revealing the dark interior of the temple. Inside, the air was thick with ancient magic, and the shadows seemed to move, as if alive. With a deep breath, Elara stepped into the temple, followed by her companions. The door closed behind them with a heavy thud, leaving them in a vast, dimly lit chamber. The walls of the temple were lined with more of the same glowing symbols, their light pulsating in time with the strange energy beneath the ground. In the center of the room stood an altar. Its surface covered in runes that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. On the altar was a stone, smooth and dark, its surface gleaming with a deep, otherworldly glow. Elara felt drawn to it, the pull of its energy stronger than anything she had felt before. As she stepped closer, the air around her crackled with power. "This is the heart of the mountain," the figure's voice echoed in her mind. "The source of its magic. The power you seek to protect, or to unleash." Elara placed her hand on the stone, feeling a surge of energy flood through her. It was overwhelming, the force of it nearly knocking her to her knees. She gasped, her vision blurring as the stone seemed to pull at the very fabric of her soul. Suddenly, a vision filled her mind. She saw the mountain in its primal state, long before the village had been built, before the first settlers had arrived. The land was wild and untamed, the air crackling with raw magic. Elara could feel the mountain's pulse, its heartbeat strong and steady, like a living entity. Then, a shadow, dark and ancient, began to rise, threatening to engulf the mountain, to consume its power. The vision shifted, showing Elara the first guardian of the mountain, a figure much like herself, standing at the altar, her hands placed on the stone. The guardian had drawn upon the mountain's magic to keep it safe, but at a great cost. The power of the mountain had bound itself to her. And in the end, she had become one with the land, her life slowly fading as she passed the mantle to the next protector. The vision shifted again, showing Elara the destruction that could come if the balance was ever disrupted. Entire worlds consumed by darkness, civilizations lost to time, all because the power of the mountain had been misused. Elara stumbled back, shaking her head to clear the vision from her mind. She looked down at the stone, now glowing brighter than ever before, its power beckoning her. She understood now. The mountain's magic was not just a tool, it was a force, a living force, and it was hers to protect. The figure's voice returned, calm yet urgent. "You are the guardian now, Elara. The balance you must keep is not just between light and dark. It is between life and death, creation and destruction. The power you wield is immense, and it will test you. But you are not alone." Elara looked at her friends, their faces filled with concern but also trust. They had come this far together, and they would continue together, no matter the cost. "I will protect it," Elara said, her voice filled with conviction. "I will protect the mountain and its magic." The stone on the altar pulsed in response, its glow intensifying as if acknowledging her vow. The chamber seemed to vibrate with the energy of the mountain, the very walls humming in unison with her words. But as the power surged through her, Elara knew that this was only the beginning. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, and the mountain's magic was both a blessing and a curse. She had chosen her path, but the road was long, and the mountain had its own secrets yet to reveal, and with that realization, Elara stepped fully into her role as the guardian of the mountain, ready to face whatever came next. Elara stood at the center of the temple, the energy of the mountain pulsing through her. Her heart raced as the immense power coursed through her veins, mingling with her own essence. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing on the edge of a precipice, looking out over a vast, uncharted world. The power she now wielded felt ancient, tied to the very soul of the mountain. But she was no longer just a visitor here. She was the protector, the guardian. The stone beneath her feet seemed to hum in response, its glow deepening as though acknowledging her vow. Elara took a slow, steady breath, trying to steady herself. She could feel her companions watching her closely, their eyes filled with concern and awe. Turan stepped forward first, his expression wary but resolute. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice low. Elara turned to face him, offering a small, uncertain smile. "I think so. It's just a lot to take in. The weight of it. But I know what I have to do." Kellen, who had been silent up until now, spoke next. "What do we do now? Do we leave? Is the village safe?" "I don't know yet," Elara replied, her voice steady despite the swirling uncertainty within her. She glanced at the glowing stone again, feeling its pull, its calling. "The mountain has shown me pieces of what's to come. But it hasn't shown me everything. I have to learn more, understand what's at stake. And I need to understand the price." Asha, who had been observing quietly, now spoke with urgency. "We don't have much time. Whatever threat the mountain is warning us about, it's growing. We can feel it. The villagers, they're starting to notice the shifts. The land feels unsettled." Elara nodded. She could feel it too, the subtle shifts in the air, the growing tension that seemed to hang like a storm cloud over the mountain. The peace that had once enveloped the village now seemed fragile, as though it could shatter at any moment. She turned back to the altar, her mind still grappling with the weight of what she had seen and felt. The mountain's power was both a gift and a curse, its magic intertwined with her own destiny. She was the guardian now, but that title came with responsibilities that weighed heavily on her shoulders. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden change in the air. The mist outside the temple seemed to thicken, swirling around the stone pillars like an omen. The ground beneath them began to rumble, faint at first, but steadily growing stronger, as though the mountain itself was awakening. The voice of the mountain, calm and ancient, filled the temple once more. "The balance is tipping, Elara," it whispered, its tone filled with quiet urgency. "The storm approaches. The darkness stirs." Elara's breath caught in her throat as she realized that the time for hesitation was over. The power of the mountain was no longer just a distant force, it was alive, and it was hers to protect. The stone on the altar glowed brighter still, its magic intertwining with her own, creating a strange but harmonious connection. As the light intensified, the symbols on the walls began to shift, revealing new patterns that Elara instinctively understood. A vision filled her mind, sharp and clear. She saw the mountain itself, its vast peaks and deep valleys, shrouded in mist and shadow. But beneath the surface, hidden deep within the earth, was a dark force, an ancient power that had been locked away for centuries. It stirred now, awakened by some unknown force. And it was calling to her. She saw herself standing at the heart of the mountain, holding the stone, facing the shadow. The light from the stone was the only thing keeping the darkness at bay, but the shadow was strong. Stronger than she had anticipated, Elara. The voice of the mountain spoke again. Its tone filled with sorrow. The darkness seeks to consume the light. You must face it, before it consumes everything. Elara staggered back, her head spinning. The weight of the vision was overwhelming, but she understood now. The mountain's power was both a beacon and a shield, protecting the land from the darkness beneath. But if that darkness was allowed to rise, she shook her head, trying to push the thoughts away. There was no time for fear. There was no time for doubt. She had made her choice, and now she had to protect the mountain at all costs. The vision faded, and the air in the temple returned to stillness. But the tremors beneath their feet continued, stronger now. As though something was pushing against the very heart of the earth. We need to act now, Elara said, her voice firm. The darkness is real. It's rising. The group exchanged worried looks, but there was no hesitation in their eyes. They were with her, as they always had been. Taran nodded. What do we do? Elara turned to face him, determination setting in. We must strengthen the mountain's magic. If we don't, the darkness will overwhelm us all. Asha stepped forward, her voice steady. And how do we do that? I don't know yet, Elara admitted. But the mountain has shown me what I need to do. We need to find the heart of the mountain, the source of its power. Only there can we hope to seal the darkness away again. The rumbling beneath their feet grew louder, and Elara knew that they were running out of time. Whatever the heart of the mountain was, it was their last hope. She could only pray that they were not too late. Together, they moved toward the temple's exit, the air crackling with energy. The path ahead was uncertain, but Elara's resolve had never been clearer. She was the guardian of the mountain now, and she would protect it from the darkness that threatened to consume it. As they stepped into the swirling mist outside, Elara could feel the weight of the mountain's power settling around her, the earth's pulse matching her own. The time had come to face the true challenge, to confront the darkness beneath the mountain and protect the land they all called home. The road ahead was perilous, but she would not back down. The storm was coming. And Elara was ready to face it head-on. The mist thickened around them as Elara and her companions made their way down the winding path that led deeper into the heart of the mountain. The rumbling tremors beneath their feet had not subsided. In fact, they seemed to grow more intense with every step. The land itself felt alive, its pulse quickening in response to the rising darkness. Elara could sense the gravity of the situation, the weight of her responsibility pressing down on her. The power of the mountain coursed through her, a constant reminder that she was the protector now, the guardian of something ancient and fragile. But even with this immense power at her disposal, she felt vulnerable, unsure of what awaited them at the heart of the mountain. The path narrowed as they descended further, the jagged rocks on either side casting long shadows in the dim light. The air grew colder, the chill seeping into their bones. Despite the discomfort, Elara pressed forward, her resolve unwavering. She could feel the power of the mountain guiding her, urging her onward. Taran, walking at her side, spoke in a low voice, as if afraid to disturb the silence that surrounded them. "Do you feel it? The pull of it? The mountain, it's calling us." Elara nodded, her hand instinctively reaching for the stone that now rested in the pouch at her side. The stone's glow had dimmed since they left the temple, but she could still feel its connection to her, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. It was both a comfort and a reminder of the task ahead. "I feel it," she replied quietly. "The mountain is alive, and it's more than just a protector. It's part of something much older, something that's been buried for a long time." Asha, walking behind them, spoke up. "And the darkness? The one that's rising? What exactly is it? What are we facing?" Elara glanced back at her, her expression somber. "I don't know everything. But the vision I saw in the temple, it was clear that the darkness is not just some external force. It's tied to the very core of the mountain. It's been sealed away for centuries, but now something has disturbed it." Kellen, ever the skeptic, furrowed his brow. "And you think we can stop it? Can we even understand what it is, much less fight it?" Elara felt the weight of his question. The darkness was unlike anything they had ever faced, something older and more primal than anything the village had known. She didn't have all the answers, but one thing was clear: they had no choice but to try. "We have to," she said, her voice steady. "The mountain's magic is the only thing keeping it contained. If we fail, everything, our village, this land, could be lost." There was no more time for uncertainty. The air grew colder still, the mist swirling violently as the mountain seemed to quake in response to the threat below. The path was now barely visible, and Elara's instincts told her they were nearing the heart of the mountain. The vibrations beneath their feet were almost overwhelming now, like the earth itself was breathing in short, jagged bursts. Ahead, they saw a faint light in the distance, growing brighter with each step they took. It illuminated the narrow path ahead, casting strange shadows on the rocks. As they neared the source of the light, they came upon a massive cavern, the walls of which were lined with veins of glowing crystal that shimmered in hues of violet and blue. At the center of the cavern stood a towering stone structure, its shape resembling an ancient altar. It was surrounded by a circle of runes, etched into the stone floor and glowing faintly with an eerie light. Elara's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the pattern. They were the same symbols she had seen in the temple, but there was something different about this place. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and the shadows seemed to pulse with an unnatural life of their own. The heart of the mountain, Elara realized, was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity. The power of the mountain had been sealed here, and it was this power that they had come to protect. She took a step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. As she did, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble once more, the vibrations now accompanied by a low, guttural sound. The stone walls of the cavern seemed to shift and groan, as if the very mountain was waking from a long slumber. Taran, sensing the same growing unease, took a step closer to Elara. "What's happening?" "I think we've reached the heart," Elara said quietly, her voice filled with awe and trepidation. "But something's wrong." The power is unstable. The symbols on the floor began to glow brighter, pulsing with an intensity that made the air crackle with static. A low rumble echoed through the cavern, and the shadows seemed to grow darker, spreading out like tendrils across the stone floor. The darkness was here, awakening and ready to consume everything in its path. Elara could feel it then, the pull of the stone on her chest, the overwhelming desire to reach out and claim the power that lay before her. It was a power that could either save the village or destroy it. She knew that her next move would determine everything. "This is it," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "We have to act quickly. I can feel it, the darkness is already here." She stepped forward, the stone glowing brighter as she approached the altar. The ground beneath her feet shook violently, but she pressed on, her hand outstretched toward the source of the mountain's power. Suddenly, the air crackled, and the shadows in the cavern coalesced into a dark, shifting mass that seemed to rise from the very stone. It formed into a shape, vague at first, but then solidifying into a dark figure, its form indistinct and ever-changing. A cold, hollow laugh filled the air. "You think you can stop me?" The figure boomed, its voice both human and inhuman, like the echoes of 1,000 lost souls. "The mountain's power is mine to claim. You cannot protect it. You cannot stop me." Elara's heart raced as she faced the figure, its presence overwhelming. But she stood tall, her hand still reaching for the altar. "I'm the guardian now," she said, her voice steady despite the terror that gripped her heart. "And I will stop you." The figure laughed again, its form shifting like smoke. "We shall see," it whispered. And with that, the battle for the heart of the mountain began. Elara's fingers brushed the surface of the stone, and in that moment, the mountain's power surged through her, connecting her to the land in a way she had never felt before. But the darkness was relentless, its grip tightening around the heart, threatening to break free. The question now was, could Elara wield the mountain's magic long enough to protect it, or would the darkness consume them all? The battle had begun. Elara's fingers glowed with the intensity of the mountain's magic as she touched the stone. A surge of energy pulsed through her, an overwhelming flood of power that connected her to the very core of the earth. She could feel the heart of the mountain beneath her, its ancient power thrumming in rhythm with her heartbeat. It was alive, and it was hers to command, but the darkness, the shape before her, an ever-shifting, terrifying mass, had also felt the power, and it moved like a storm, swirling around her. The very air seemed to distort with its malevolent presence. A low, guttural laugh echoed through the cavern as the dark figure morphed, becoming something more tangible, something sinister. "You are too weak, guardian," the dark figure sneered. Its voice rang in her mind, a chorus of whispers from an unfathomable void. "This power was never meant for you. It was mine, always." Elara's heart pounded in her chest. But her resolve remained unbroken. She stood firm, her hand still pressed against the glowing stone. The energy she felt from the mountain was not just a force, it was a living entity, like a symbiotic breath between her and the land. She had to hold on. She had to keep the darkness at bay. Taran, Kellen, Asha, and the others had drawn their weapons, standing ready to protect Elara, but even they could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on them. The cavern's air grew heavier, thicker, suffocating. The shadows seemed to reach out, grasping for them, as if the very space itself were being devoured by the encroaching void. Elara focused, pushing back against the swirling mass of darkness that threatened to swallow her. She whispered words of protection, old incantations she had learned from the mountain's power. The runes beneath her feet flared with light, and a barrier of energy surged up from the stone, pushing back the shadows that threatened to devour them. But the darkness only laughed again, louder this time, as if mocking her. It lashed out with tendrils of blackness, aiming straight for her. Elara's breath caught as the air itself seemed to twist and crackle with the power of the shadow, but she didn't falter. Her hand clenched tighter around the stone, and the mountain's magic responded, coiling around her like a protective shield. The ground beneath her trembled, and Elara's vision blurred with the force of the magic that flooded her mind. The darkness recoiled, but it was relentless. It was a force of nature, born of ancient anger and sorrow. She could feel its hunger, its desperate need to consume the mountain, and everything within it. "You cannot win," the dark figure hissed, its form now towering over her, reaching down with dark, long fingers. "The heart of the mountain belongs to me." Elara's mind raced as she struggled to maintain the connection to the heart. She understood now, this was not just a battle of power, but a test of will. The darkness sought to corrupt the heart, to twist it, to take it for itself. If it succeeded, the mountain would fall, and with it, the village and everything she held dear. "No," Elara breathed. "I won't let you." Her voice was low, but there was a newfound strength in it. She wasn't just a vessel for the mountain's power, she was the mountain's protector. Her will, her heart, her very essence had been tied to this land for a reason. She had to trust in herself. The ground shook harder, and the cavern seemed to reverberate with the mountain's energy. The runes beneath her feet pulsed brighter, filling the cavern with an ethereal glow. The dark figure flinched as if burned by the light, its form dissipating into swirling shadows, but it quickly reformed, its eyes now burning with rage. Elara could see the truth now, clearer than ever. The darkness was not just an enemy, it was a manifestation of the mountain's wounds. An ancient force that had been locked away for centuries. It was the mountain's fear, its pain, its lost memories, and she was the key to healing it. With a surge of will, Elara stepped forward, feeling the mountain's power flood her once again. This time, she didn't just wield it, she became it. She could feel the ancient energies of the earth around her, reaching through the roots, the stones, the trees, and the rivers. It was all connected, every mountain, every valley, every breath of wind. The dark figure screeched in fury as Elara raised her hands, summoning the full force of the mountain's magic. The light from the runes intensified, swirling around her in a circle of brilliant energy. The darkness recoiled, but it was no match for the sheer force of the mountain's heart. With a final cry, Elara thrust her hands forward, sending a shockwave of pure energy at the figure. The cavern exploded with light. The dark figure screamed, its form dissolving into 1,000 fleeting shadows, each one vanishing into the void. The darkness writhed, but it was too late. The mountain's magic, pure and undiluted, flooded the cavern, sealing the creature away once more. For a moment, all was still. Then, slowly, the tremors beneath their feet began to subside. The oppressive energy that had filled the cavern seemed to lift, replaced by a calm, deep stillness. The runes on the stone floor dimmed. and the glow of the heart of the mountain softened, as if in exhaustion. The air was no longer thick with dread, but rich with the quiet, ancient energy of the earth. Elara sank to her knees, breathless but alive. Her heart was still racing, but the weight of the darkness had lifted. She had done it. Taran, Kellen, and Asha rushed to her side, their faces filled with a mix of relief and awe. They helped her to her feet, their eyes wide as they looked around at the now quiet cavern. "It's over," Taran said softly. Elara nodded, but the weight of the moment lingered. She had won the battle, but the mountain's journey was far from over. There would be more to face, more darkness, more challenges, but for now, the village was safe, the heart of the mountain had been protected, and Elara knew that as long as she stood as its guardian, the village would endure. The silence of the cavern was broken only by the sound of their footsteps as they began to make their way back. The air around them was clear, the mist no longer as thick, and the mountain seemed to sigh in relief. Elara's heart was full, and she knew that this was just the beginning. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she was no longer afraid. She was the mountain's protector, and she would face whatever came with unwavering courage. The storm had passed, but the mountain was still alive, still watching, still waiting, and so was Elara. The journey home was quiet. The cavern, once filled with the ominous roar of darkness, now echoed with a peace so deep it felt like the world itself had exhaled. Elara walked alongside Taran, Kellen, and Asha, each of them silently absorbing the weight of what had just transpired. They had ventured deep into the heart of the mountain, faced a terror born from its ancient wounds, and emerged victorious, but the victory felt bittersweet. Elara's mind was still swirling, the echo of the heart's power lingering in her bones. The magic had been unlike anything she had ever experienced, not just a force of nature, but a living, breathing entity. It had been the heartbeat of the mountain itself. And through it, Elara had found her own strength. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the battle had been only one chapter of a much larger story. As they made their way toward the village, the dense mist that had clouded the air for so long began to clear. The path that once seemed uncertain was now visible, and the stone of the mountain under their feet seemed warmer, as if it too had shed its fear. But despite the relief, Elara couldn't ignore the tug at her heart. The mountain's power was still volatile, and the shadowy presence they had faced was not gone. It had merely retreated, like a wounded animal licking its wounds, waiting for the right moment to strike again. "We did it," Kellen said, his voice breaking the silence. His tone was filled with both awe and exhaustion. "We actually did it." Elara turned to him, offering a soft smile, but the weight of his words made her heart heavy. "For now," she said quietly. "But there's more to come. The darkness may be sealed, but it's not gone." Taran glanced at her, his brow furrowed. "You think it'll come back?" "After everything we've done, I don't know," Elara admitted. "But I've seen what it can do. It won't rest until it has what it wants." Asha, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at the group, her eyes serious. "If it does return," she said, her voice low, "we'll be ready." Together, Elara met her gaze, and for a moment, there was no doubt in her mind that Asha was right. The bonds forged in the heat of battle, the trust and loyalty between them, were stronger than any force of darkness. They had proven that much today, as they neared the edge of the village, the first signs of dawn began to paint the sky. The village's rooftops, covered in a light dusting of snow, glimmered in the soft light, and the trees surrounding the village seemed to stretch their limbs as the morning broke. It was a beautiful sight, one that filled Alara with hope, but also a lingering sense of foreboding. This peace, like all things, was fragile. The villagers had gathered, watching the return of their heroes. A quiet cheer broke out as they saw Alara and the others, but it was not the exuberant celebration of a long-awaited victory. It was a recognition, a deep, collective sigh of relief. Lyra, the village elder, stepped forward, her steps slow but determined. She took Alara's hands in her own, her ancient eyes filled with gratitude and sorrow. "You have done what no one thought possible," she said softly. "The heart of the mountain is safe, for now." Alara nodded, feeling the weight of Lyra's words. "For now," she repeated. "We've lost much," Lyra continued, her voice thick with emotion. "But we have you, and you have shown us that we can still fight. That there is still hope." Alara glanced around at the village, the people who had supported her and the mountain in ways she had never fully realized. She had always thought of herself as the protector, the one who had to fight the darkness alone. But in truth, it had always been a shared struggle, a struggle that connected her to each person here, to the mountain, and to the land itself. "Thank you," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible. She didn't know how else to express the depth of her gratitude. Turan placed a hand on her shoulder, giving her a reassuring squeeze. "We did this together," he said, his voice steady, as the villagers slowly dispersed, returning to their homes to resume the rhythms of their daily lives. Alara felt a strange calm settle over her. She wasn't alone, not anymore. The village had accepted her as one of their own, and together, they would protect the mountain, no matter what came next. That night, after a quiet meal with her friends, Alara stood on the edge of the village, looking up at the towering peak that loomed above them. The stars twinkled in the sky like distant promises, and the moon bathed the mountain in soft light. She could feel the presence of the heart of the mountain beneath her feet, still pulsing with ancient energy, still alive with power. The mountain wasn't just a place, it was part of her, and she was part of it. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Alara closed her eyes, listening to the night sounds, the wind through the trees, the distant calls of birds, the soft murmur of the river below. She felt at peace, but the faintest whisper of unease tugged at the back of her mind. The darkness wasn't gone, it was simply waiting, and Alara would be ready. The journey was far from over. The days that followed their return to the village were filled with quiet recovery. The people, while still weary from the aftermath of the mountain's turmoil, began to rebuild their lives. There was a sense of calm that had settled over the land, but Alara couldn't shake the feeling that the true battle had not yet been fought. The heart of the mountain had been sealed. Yes, but she knew the darkness that had once threatened it was only dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise again. Alara found herself restless. The village seemed peaceful, and the mountains stood still, but her mind raced. The ancient power of the heart had whispered to her as they sealed it away, speaking in words she didn't fully understand. She couldn't ignore the knowledge that the mountain's heartbeat was still slow, but steady, alive, as if it were biding its time. One evening, after the sun had dipped behind the peaks and the stars began to twinkle in the cool night sky, Elara stood at the edge of the village once more. The crisp mountain air filled her lungs as she gazed up at the towering cliffs. There, in the shadows of the crags, was the entrance to the cavern they had ventured into, the place where they had sealed the heart. Turan joined her, his steps light as he approached. "Still thinking about it?" he asked, his voice gentle. Elara nodded, her gaze not leaving the mountain. "I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. That something's waiting." Watching, Turan leaned against the wooden fence that bordered the village. "You're not alone in feeling that way," he said quietly. "Asha has been saying the same thing. We can't ignore what we've seen. The heart was only a part of the mountain's power." "I know," Elara replied, her voice tight. "And there's something else. Something in the depths of the cavern that calls to me. It's like the mountain itself has more secrets, things even we haven't uncovered." Turan studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Maybe it's time we find out what those secrets are." Elara turned to him, surprised. "You think we should go back?" Turan smiled, a faint glint of mischief in his eyes. "I think if we're going to protect this village, we need to understand the mountain better. We can't afford to ignore what's hidden in its heart." Elara hesitated, but something in Turan's voice made her heart steady. They had faced the darkness before, and together, they had prevailed. This was no different. "I think you're right," she said after a moment. "But we'll need Asha and Kellen. We'll need to go in prepared." Turan grinned. "Already planning, are we?" "Always," Elara said with a small smile. "We'll leave at dawn." The next morning, as the first light of day touched the mountaintops, Elara gathered with Turan, Kellen, and Asha. The air was cool and crisp, a light fog hanging in the valleys below. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a recognition that they were once again stepping into the unknown. "Ready?" Elara asked, adjusting the straps of her pack. Her eyes scanned her companions, each of them dressed for the journey ahead. Their faces were set in determination, but Elara could see the shadows of doubt lingering behind their eyes. They had all felt it, the mountain's silent call. "We're with you," Kellen said, his voice steady but laced with concern. "We've been through worse." Asha, as always, was quiet, but her eyes shone with an intensity that spoke volumes. "Let's make sure it stays that way." Elara nodded, feeling the familiar comfort of her friend's presence. She could face anything with them by her side. They set off toward the mountain, the path winding upward through thick trees and over rocky outcroppings. The higher they climbed, the quieter the world became. The hum of the village below faded, replaced by the soft whisper of the wind through the pines, as they neared the cavern's entrance. Elara felt a shiver run down her spine. The air here was different, thicker, almost charged with electricity. The stone of the mountain seemed to pulse beneath her feet, as if the heart was still alive, still watching. "This is it," Turan said, his voice low. He stood at the entrance, looking inward. "We've come this far. No turning back now." Elara stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The cavern was just as it had been before, silent, dark, and filled with the weight of ancient secrets. But now, it felt more alive, as if the very walls were holding their breath. She turned to her friends. "Stay close. Whatever we find in here, we face it together." With that, they stepped into the cavern. Their footsteps echoing in the stillness. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy. The stone beneath them was cold, slick with moisture, and the faint glow of ancient markings began to appear on the walls, guiding their path. Elara couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting in the darkness ahead, something older than time itself, something tied to the very soul of the mountain. And as they descended deeper into the cavern, she knew that whatever lay ahead would change everything, for better or worse. They had come to uncover the secrets of the mountain, and they were about to face the true power of the heart. The air grew thicker as Elara and her companions ventured deeper into the heart of the mountain. The path, once smooth and well-trodden, now became jagged and uneven. The faint light from their torches flickered against the ancient carvings on the cavern walls, illuminating cryptic symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light. Elara could feel her heart pounding in her chest, each step echoing through the silent expanse. The mountain, it seemed, was alive. Not just with the whispers of the past, but with a pulse, a steady rhythm that seemed to be calling to her. The deeper they went, the more the air thickened, pressing down on them with a weight that made each breath harder to take. Turan walked ahead, his steps quiet but confident. "This feels different," he muttered, glancing back at Elara. "It's almost as if the mountain doesn't want us here." Elara nodded, her hand instinctively brushing the stone wall as they continued their descent. The cool surface of the rock under her fingers seemed to hum with energy, as though it were feeding off the presence of the intruders. "Stay alert," Asha said softly, her voice steady. She had been unusually quiet since they entered the cavern, her sharp eyes scanning every shadow. The heart might be sealed, but this place, it's far from empty. Kellen, always the optimist, tried to lighten the mood with a small grin. "I don't know, I kind of like it. Feels like we're uncovering something important." Elara gave him a half-smile. But her mind was focused elsewhere. Something about this place unsettled her in a way the surface world never did. There was a deep history here, something ancient, something far beyond their understanding. They continued forward, the temperature dropping with each step. The further they descended, the more the mountain seemed to close in around them. The cavern grew narrower, and the passage twisted and turned like the inside of a great beast's body. There was no turning back now. Finally, after what seemed like hours of winding through the narrow tunnels, they reached a vast chamber. The walls of the cavern stretched upward far beyond the reach of their torches, and the ceiling was lost in shadows. In the center of the room stood a massive stone pedestal, covered in intricate runes that glowed faintly with an eerie light. "This is it," Elara whispered, her voice trembling slightly as she took in the sight. She could feel the pulse of energy here more strongly than anywhere else in the cavern, like a heartbeat echoing in the depths of her soul. Turan stepped forward, his hand hovering over the pedestal. "Do you feel it?" he asked. "It's almost like the mountain is alive," Elara nodded. The power in this room was overwhelming, more intense than anything she had ever felt before. It was the kind of power that could either save or destroy, depending on who controlled it. Asha, her face grim, took a cautious step forward. "What is this place?" she murmured, her eyes flickering over the runes. "I don't think it was just the heart that gave this mountain its power." Elara's gaze fixed on the pedestal. There, etched into the stone, was a symbol she had seen before, the same symbol that had appeared in her dreams, the same one that had been inscribed in the ruins of the village. It was the mark of an ancient order, one that had long since disappeared from history. "It's not just a heart," Elara said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "It's a nexus, a source of power. And it's been here all along, hidden deep within the mountain." As she spoke, the ground beneath them began to tremble, the pulse of the mountain growing stronger. The symbols on the pedestal began to glow more brightly, casting strange shadows that seemed to dance on the walls. Elara felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest, as if something inside her was awakening. It was as though the mountain recognized her, knew her in a way she couldn't fully understand. The air grew thick with energy, and she staggered, gripping the edge of the pedestal for support. "Elara!" Kellen shouted, rushing to her side. She pushed him away, her eyes wide with realization. "It's calling to me," she said, her voice strained. It's calling me home." Turan stepped closer, his face filled with concern. "What are you talking about? You're not going to give in to it, are you?" Elara shook her head, her heart racing. She didn't want to, but the pull of the mountain was undeniable. There was a part of her, deep within, that yearned to understand, to embrace the power that lay within this place. It felt like an ancient part of her, a part she hadn't even known existed. The pedestal seemed to hum with life, and as Elara touched it once more, a crack appeared in the stone. A low rumble echoed through the chamber as the walls began to shift. The entire cavern was alive with energy, and in that moment, Elara realized they had unwittingly awakened something that should have remained forgotten. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Asha stumbled, reaching for the wall to steady herself, while Turan and Kellen exchanged worried glances. The cavern was beginning to collapse. "We need to leave," Asha said, her voice tight with urgency. Now, but Elara couldn't move. She stood frozen, staring at the crack in the pedestal as it widened. A blinding light poured from within, casting everything in a brilliant glow. Her hand, almost involuntarily, reached toward it, and as she did, the mountain itself seemed to roar in response. The light engulfed the chamber, and then everything went black. When Elara opened her eyes, the world around her had changed. She was no longer in the cavern, surrounded by the thrum of power and the faint glow of ancient runes. Instead, she found herself standing in a vast, endless plain, the sky above a swirling mix of colors, like the canvas of a painting in motion. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, almost sponge-like. She gasped, her heart racing. "Where am I?" Turan, Asha, and Kellen were nowhere to be seen. Panic clawed at her chest as she looked around, but there was no sign of the mountain or the pedestal. It was as if the cavern, the mountain, and everything that had come before had simply vanished. The strange landscape stretched out before her, and in the distance, Elara could make out something glimmering on the horizon. It was faint at first, like a mirage, but as her eyes adjusted, she saw that it was a massive tower, its silhouette outlined against the swirling sky. Its surface shimmered with a light of its own, casting a faint glow over the strange world around her. Compelled by an unknown force, Elara began to walk toward the tower. With each step, the landscape seemed to change, shifting in subtle ways, flowers blooming and then fading away, the sky dimming and brightening again as if controlled by some unseen hand. She felt as though the world itself was breathing. Alive in ways that were impossible to comprehend, the air around her hummed with energy, much like the cavern had, but here, it felt different, softer, more inviting. Yet, there was something unsettling about the emptiness, the absence of her companions, and the quietness that surrounded her. There were no animals, no sounds of wind rustling through trees. Only silence. As Alara approached the tower, she felt an inexplicable pull, like something, or someone, was waiting for her there. The closer she got, the more the air thickened, the energy in the atmosphere becoming almost tangible. Her hand instinctively reached out, fingers brushing against the surface of the tower, and the moment she made contact, the world around her shifted again, a blinding light engulfed her, and she gasped, stumbling backward. The sensation was overwhelming, as though her very soul was being tugged in multiple directions at once. When the light faded, Alara found herself standing in a room, its walls lined with shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls. The air smelled of dust and parchment, and the faintest trace of something sweet lingered, like a distant memory. She was no longer alone. Across the room stood a figure, draped in flowing robes of shimmering silver, their face obscured by a hood. The figure was tall, almost ethereal, and there was a sense of timelessness to them, as though they had always been there. Watching, waiting, "You have arrived," the figure said, their voice a soft murmur that seemed to echo in the room. It was not a voice Alara had ever heard before, yet it felt strangely familiar, like a memory long forgotten. "Who are you?" Alara asked, her voice trembling. "Where am I? What is this place?" The figure tilted its head, the hood moving just enough for Alara to catch a glimpse of a face, pale, almost translucent, with eyes that glowed faintly like the stars. They smiled, a slow, knowing smile, as if they had been expecting her. "This is the Library of Lost Fates," the figure replied, their voice like a soft wind carrying ancient secrets. "A place where the paths of all souls are written, and where the stories of those who walk them are kept." Alara felt her heart quicken. "The stories of souls," she repeated, feeling a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean?" The figure stepped forward, their movements graceful and deliberate. "Every person, every being, has a story. But some stories are lost, forgotten, or hidden away. They are kept here, in the library, where the threads of fate are woven and unraveled." Alara's mind raced. Was this the power she had awakened in the mountain? Was this the source that had been calling her? "Why am I here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure reached out, their fingers brushing Alara's forehead. "You are here because you are part of a story. A story that has not yet been fully told. You have awakened something in the mountain, something ancient and powerful. And now, you must choose how your story will unfold." Alara's breath caught in her throat. "I don't understand." The figure's smile faded, and their eyes grew solemn. "The mountain was only the beginning, Alara. The power you awakened is a key to unlocking something far greater. But in order to control that power, you must first understand it, and in order to understand it, you must confront the past." The words sent a shiver through her. "The past? What past?" The figure's eyes seemed to pierce her soul, reading her thoughts as easily as if they were written on paper. "You have already seen fragments of your past in the visions, in the mountain. But there is more," much more. You are not just a traveler, Elara. You are a weaver of fates, a keeper of stories that intertwine with the world itself. Elara's head spun. A weaver of fates? I don't know anything about that. The figure gave a small nod. The threads of fate have always been with you, Elara. You just didn't know how to see them. But now, you must learn. Your journey is far from over. The tower holds the answers you seek, but you must first find the courage to face what lies within. Elara stood there, her mind reeling with the weight of the figure's words. She didn't know what to make of this place, of this mysterious being, or of the path that lay before her. But one thing was clear: the mountain, the library, and the power she had unlocked were all connected. And in the heart of this place, she would find the truth that could change everything. You have a choice, Elara, the figure continued. Stay here and learn, or continue your journey. But know this: your decision will shape not only your fate but the fate of the world itself. With those final words, the figure faded into the shadows, leaving Elara standing alone in the library of lost fates, her heart heavy with the burden of the choices that lay ahead. The glowing shelves beckoned, their secrets waiting to be uncovered. But first, Elara knew she had to face herself. Elara stood motionless in the dimly lit library of lost fates, her thoughts swirling like a storm inside her mind. The figure's words echoed in her ears, repeating over and over again, as though they were etched into her very soul. You have a choice, Elara. Stay here and learn, or continue your journey. But know this: your decision will shape not only your fate but the fate of the world itself. The weight of that decision pressed down on her like the mountain itself, as if the air around her had thickened with the enormity of the choice she had to make. She could feel the pull of the ancient library, the promise of answers, truths hidden deep within the endless rows of forgotten stories. But the other part of her, the part that had always felt the call of the mountain and the desire to understand her true purpose, hesitated. Her eyes scanned the towering shelves of ancient books and scrolls, their spines gleaming faintly with an otherworldly light. Every inch of this place seemed infused with knowledge, with the wisdom of countless ages. But it was not just knowledge that Elara sought, it was something deeper, something more elusive. She thought back to the mountain, to the moment she had touched the pedestal, to the overwhelming surge of power that had sent her tumbling into this strange realm. There was something within her, something awakening. The energy from the mountain had reached into her heart, stirring memories long forgotten, opening doors that she had never even known existed. And now, here she stood, on the precipice of something even greater, something that could either set her on a path to unimaginable power or lead her into a dangerous abyss. Stay and learn, Elara whispered to herself, turning her gaze back to the glowing shelves. Or continue my journey. Her fingers brushed lightly over the nearest tome, its cover warm under her touch. The book seemed to hum with a quiet, ancient energy, as though it recognized her presence. She could feel it, the deep resonance of something calling out to her, begging her to unlock its secrets. Are you sure you want to stay? A voice suddenly interrupted, startling Elara. She spun around to see the figure, the one who had spoken to her earlier, standing at the edge of the room, watching her with an unreadable expression. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Elara admitted, her voice heavy with uncertainty. What happens if I stay here? What happens if I leave? The figure stepped forward, their form glowing faintly in the dim light. If you stay, you will uncover the lost fates of many. You will learn things about your past that you never imagined, things that may change the way you see the world. But remember this, knowledge is a double-edged sword. With it comes responsibility. You will bear the weight of every truth you uncover. And some truths may be harder to accept than you think. Elara's heart clenched at the thought. She had already faced so many uncertainties, so many mysteries. Could she bear even more? But if you choose to leave, the figure continued, you will continue your journey, as you have always done. You will face the challenges ahead, guided only by your instincts and the choices you make along the way. The path will be uncertain, but it will also be yours to shape. Elara's mind raced. She had always trusted her instincts, always followed the whispers of the world around her, even when they led her into unknown places. But now, the stakes felt higher. The power of the mountain, the secrets of the past, everything was coming together in ways she couldn't fully understand. She felt as though the threads of her fate were about to be woven into something far greater than she could imagine. I don't know if I'm ready, Elara confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know if I'm strong enough to face whatever comes next. The figure's gaze softened, a glimmer of understanding in their eyes. No one is ever truly ready, Elara. But strength is not something that comes from knowing everything. It comes from the courage to face the unknown, the willingness to walk the path even when the way ahead is shrouded in darkness. Elara took a deep breath, her fingers still lightly resting on the spine of the ancient tome. The weight of the decision pressed down on her like the weight of the mountain itself. But she knew there was no turning back now. She could feel the pull of the library, the call of knowledge, but she also felt the pull of the journey ahead, the journey she had already begun. I think I need to keep going, Elara said, her voice steadying as the decision settled within her heart. I need to trust my instincts. I need to find my own way. The figure nodded, their expression thoughtful. As you wish. But know that your journey will not be without its trials. The world you seek to save is not as it seems, and the forces at work are older than you know. The answers you seek are scattered across time and space. But you have already taken the first step, with that. The figure turned and began to fade into the shadows, leaving Elara standing alone in the dimly lit library. She looked around one last time at the shelves of forgotten knowledge, feeling the weight of all the untold stories that lay within. Then, with a final deep breath, Elara turned and walked toward the doorway, the soft hum of the mountain's energy still resonating within her chest. The path ahead was uncertain, but she knew one thing for sure. Whatever came next, she would face it with the courage to walk her own path, no matter where it might lead. And as she stepped out into the unknown, the echoes of the Library of Lost Fates faded behind her, leaving only the quiet, steady rhythm of her heartbeat to guide her forward. The Quiet Mountain Village, Part 23. The moment Elara stepped out of the Library of Lost Fates, she was greeted by an overwhelming sense of stillness. The air was thick with silence, as if the entire world had paused to watch her. She stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down into a valley that stretched far below. The mountains, once towering and oppressive, seemed distant now, shrouded in mist. The vast landscape ahead felt both familiar and foreign, as though she had been here before, yet it was all new to her. She took a deep breath, her chest rising with the cool mountain air, feeling the weight of the world lift off her shoulders just a little. The library, the figure, the decisions, everything seemed like a dream now, distant and out of reach. But deep inside her, a quiet knowing stirred. She had chosen her path, the road ahead was shrouded in mystery, but she felt more certain of herself than ever before. There was still so much to uncover about her past, about the mountain, and about the strange force that had awakened inside her. But now, she understood that it was not just about the destination. It was about the journey, the choices she made along the way, the people she met, and the strength she would find within herself. Elara turned away from the cliff and began to walk, her feet finding solid ground as she descended into the valley. The path before her was unclear, winding through thick trees and rocky outcrops. Her senses were heightened, attuned to the rhythm of the world around her. She could hear the faint rustle of leaves in the wind, the soft chirp of distant birds, and the rhythmic flow of a river far below. Yet, there was still an underlying tension in the air, an unspoken presence, a feeling that something was watching her. It wasn't just the world that had changed. It was her. The power that had surged within her when she touched the pedestal in the mountain had not gone away. She could feel it now, swirling just beneath the surface, a constant companion in her mind and body. It was both exhilarating and frightening. This connection to something larger than herself. She had no control over it yet, but she knew it would guide her, if she allowed it to. As Elara walked, the trees thinned, and the valley began to open up into a wide meadow. In the center of the meadow stood a large stone arch, ancient and weathered by time. It was not a natural formation, the stone had been shaped by hand, its edges carved with intricate symbols and runes that glowed faintly in the soft light of the fading sun. Curiosity tugged at Elara's heart as she approached the arch. The air around it felt charged, as if the very space was alive with energy. She reached out a hand, her fingers hovering just above the stone. And for a brief moment, she felt the power within her pulse in response. Without thinking, she stepped through the arch, the world around her shimmered, and for a moment, Elara lost her sense of direction. The meadow, the valley, the mountains, all of it blurred into a haze of light. When her feet hit solid ground again, she found herself standing in a completely different place. The landscape was strange, unlike anything she had seen before. Towering trees surrounded her, their leaves shimmering with a golden hue that seemed to catch the light in a way that was almost magical. The air smelled sweet, like honey and fresh rain, and the ground beneath her was soft, as though she was walking on a carpet of moss. The sky above was a deep violet, filled with stars that twinkled brightly against the darkness, casting an ethereal glow on everything below. Elara blinked in disbelief. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place beyond the realms of the natural world, a place that felt as though it existed outside of time itself. And in the distance, barely visible through the trees, she could make out a faint glow. It beckoned to her, drawing her forward. Instinctively, Elara began to walk toward the light. Each step seemed to take her deeper into this strange world, and with every passing moment, she felt more connected to it. The air was alive with energy, and she could sense something ancient and powerful watching her, guiding her toward the unknown. As she drew closer to the light, the trees parted, revealing a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a large, crystalline structure, its surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. It looked like a temple of sorts, its walls adorned with symbols that matched the ones she had seen in the library. The structure seemed to pulse with energy, as if it were alive, waiting for her. Elara hesitated for a moment, her heart racing. She felt a deep, instinctual pull toward the temple, but something inside her also warned her. There was a risk in moving forward, in uncovering the truths that lay within. The power inside her stirred again, urging her to act. But she took a deep breath, grounding herself. She had learned from the mountain, from the library. She knew now that every choice came with a consequence. With resolve, Elara stepped into the clearing, her footsteps light but determined. As she approached the temple, the air around her seemed to hum, and the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, as though recognizing her presence. When she reached the entrance, the massive doors swung open slowly, as if inviting her inside. Inside, the space was vast, the ceiling stretching far above her, disappearing into the darkness. The walls were lined with more glowing symbols, and at the center of the room stood a pedestal, much like the one in the mountain. On it rested a small, glowing orb, pulsing with a soft, rhythmic light. Elara approached cautiously, her breath catching in her throat. She had felt the pull of this place, the sense that it held the answers she sought. But now, standing before the orb, she realized that it was not just answers she would find here. It was a choice that could shape everything that came after. She reached out her hand, her fingers brushing the surface of the orb. As soon as she made contact, the world around her seemed to collapse, the temple dissolving into a blur of light and energy. Elara was caught in the maelstrom of power, her senses overwhelmed by the force surging through her, and then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. Elara gasped, her heart pounding in her chest. She opened her eyes, but the world around her had changed once again. She was no longer in the temple. Instead, she found herself standing on a high cliff, the wind whipping through her hair. Below her, the ocean stretched out endlessly, its surface shimmering with the same ethereal glow as the orb. She knew then that her journey was far from over. The orb had not just unlocked answers. It had opened a door, one that led to a new world, a new challenge, and a new chapter in her story. The path ahead was still uncertain, but one thing was clear: Elara was no longer just a traveler. She was the keeper of fates, a weaver of destinies, and her journey was only just beginning. The air outside the Library of Lost Fates was thick with mist, swirling like fog from the forgotten corners of the world. Elara stood on the threshold, her eyes adjusting to the strange dimness that surrounded her. The path ahead was barely visible, a faint outline disappearing into the soft glow of twilight. The mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mystery, as though they were watching, waiting for her next move. She took a tentative step forward, the ground beneath her soft and uneven. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and fresh earth. It was quiet here, too quiet. The kind of silence that made her feel as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to decide what came next. For a moment, she hesitated. The figure in the library had warned her of the trials ahead, of the dangers she would face in her journey. But with each passing day, Elara felt a sense of purpose rising within her, a need to uncover the truths that had long been buried, to understand the power she had awakened in the mountain. She had made her choice. The library's secrets would remain hidden for now, but the mountain's mysteries were hers to unravel. She had already come so far, and there was no turning back. Her heart pounded as she began to walk, each step carrying her further from the library, further into the unknown. The path twisted and turned, winding through thick trees and rocky outcrops. Strange, shadowy figures moved just beyond the reach of her vision, but whenever she tried to focus on them, they vanished. She had walked for what seemed like hours when a soft, melodic sound reached her ears, a faint hum, as if the very air was singing. Elara stopped in her tracks, listening closely. The sound was soothing, almost hypnotic, drawing her forward with an irresistible pull. She followed the melody, moving deeper into the mist, her footsteps steady but unsure. The path gradually narrowed, the trees becoming denser, their trunks gnarled and twisted like ancient hands reaching out to her. The humming grew louder, clearer, and soon Elara could see a faint light in the distance, a glow that pierced through the mist like a beacon. As she drew closer, the light revealed itself to be a large, glowing crystal, suspended in the air, floating above the ground. It pulsed with an ethereal light, casting strange shadows across the forest floor. The hum seemed to emanate from it, vibrating through the very earth beneath Elara's feet. She couldn't help herself. Drawn by an irresistible force, she stepped closer to the crystal, her hand reaching out instinctively. As her fingers brushed against its surface, a surge of energy coursed through her body, a shock so intense that she gasped. Her vision blurred, and for a moment, she felt as if she were being pulled into the crystal itself, her mind swirling with fragmented images and feelings. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. Elara staggered backward, her heart racing, her breath coming in quick gasps. The crystal floated serenely before her, its light dimming to a soft, steady glow. A voice echoed in her mind, calm and soothing, as though it were coming from the very core of the crystal itself. "You are ready." Elara blinked, her pulse still quickening. She felt disoriented, but the voice, so clear, so certain, settled something deep within her. "Ready for what? Who? Who are you?" Elara asked. Her voice trembling, the voice did not answer immediately, but Elara felt a shift in the air around her, as if the very landscape was listening. A moment later, the voice spoke again, its tone warmer now, almost familiar. "I am the guardian of the veil," the voice said. "And I have been waiting for you, Elara." Elara's heart skipped a beat. The guardian of the veil. She had heard whispers of such a being, stories told by the elders in the village, but they were always shrouded in mystery. The veil, they said, was a boundary between worlds, a place where realities intersected, where the threads of fate were woven and untangled. "Why? Why have you been waiting for me?" Elara asked, her mind racing with questions. "You are the one who has awakened the power of the mountain," the guardian replied. "You have set into motion events that cannot be undone. The path you walk now is one that will determine the fate of many. But it is not an easy path. The veil exists to protect the balance between worlds, and it is weakening." Elara felt a chill run down her spine. "The veil is weakening," she repeated, trying to grasp the gravity of the situation. "What does that mean?" "It means the boundaries between worlds are becoming blurred," the guardian explained. Creatures from beyond the veil are slipping through, and with them, chaos and destruction. The power you have awakened, the power that has always been within you, is the key to restoring the balance. Elara stood motionless, absorbing the weight of the guardian's words. She had known, on some level, that her journey was bigger than herself, but to hear it spoken aloud, to hear that the fate of worlds rested on her shoulders, was overwhelming. "How can I stop it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The guardian's light dimmed slightly, as if in sadness. "You must first seek the heart of the veil, the source of all power that holds the balance in place. It is hidden, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, in a place known only to those who have walked the path before you. You must find it, Elara, or all will be lost." A heavy silence fell over the forest, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. Elara's heart thundered in her chest. The task before her was daunting, nearly impossible. But there was no choice. She had already chosen this path, and now she had to walk it, no matter the cost. The guardian's voice softened, almost a whisper. "Remember, Elara, the path will not be easy. But you are not alone. Seek the companions who will walk with you, those whose fates are intertwined with yours." With those final words, the glow of the crystal faded, and the mist around Elara began to swirl again, obscuring her vision. She felt the weight of the guardian's message settle deep within her, a heavy responsibility that she would carry with her for as long as it took, but she had made her choice. The journey would not be easy, but it was a journey she would face with determination, and with that, the forest opened before her once again, the path now clear, leading deeper into the unknown. Elara stood at the threshold of the mist, the guardian's words echoing in her mind like a distant drumbeat. The forest stretched out before her, a labyrinth of trees, shadows, and unspoken secrets. The air was heavy with magic, a palpable energy that hummed with the promise of the unknown. Her heart raced, but she felt no fear. The responsibility had settled inside her, wrapping around her like a cloak, and she knew there was no turning back. She stepped forward, her feet soft against the mossy ground. As she moved deeper into the forest, the mist seemed to part, guiding her with gentle, invisible hands. The further she went, the more the landscape changed. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisted into shapes that defied logic. The air smelled of ancient wood and something sweet, like the scent of faraway flowers blooming in forgotten gardens. The deeper she traveled, the more the sense of timelessness enveloped her, as though she were walking through a world not quite her own. With each step, Elara could feel the power inside her shifting, responding to the world around her. It was as though the forest itself recognized her presence, responding to her in ways she didn't fully understand. The humming of the crystal from the clearing still rang faintly in her ears, a reminder of the mysterious force that had guided her this far. The path wound around a bend, and before her, the trees parted to reveal a vast, open space. The ground was dotted with ancient stones, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of weather and time. At the center of the clearing stood a massive tree, its bark silver and shining like moonlight. The tree seemed to pulse with energy, its roots twisting deep into the earth, its branches reaching up as if to touch the sky itself. Elara approached cautiously, her eyes drawn to the glowing marks on the tree's trunk, symbols similar to the ones she had seen in the library of lost fates. These marks pulsed with the same rhythmic glow, as though they were alive. The trees seemed to call to her, an invitation and a challenge all at once. She stepped closer, her hand reaching out instinctively. As her fingers brushed against the bark, a surge of energy shot through her, sending a jolt of power through her body. The tree's energy coursed through her, pulling at the core of her being. She gasped, feeling the magic of the mountain itself flowing into her veins, and suddenly, the world around her shifted. The trees, the stones, and even the air itself seemed to melt away, leaving only the tree and Elara standing in a void of swirling colors and shapes. She heard the distant sound of a voice. Low and reverberating, as if coming from the very earth itself. "Welcome, Elara," the voice intoned. It was neither male nor female, but ancient and powerful, like the earth and sky combined. "You have come seeking the heart of the Vale, and now, you must prove yourself worthy." Elara's heart raced. She had known the journey would not be easy, but this was something entirely different. "How do I prove myself?" she asked, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. The voice responded with a whisper that seemed to echo from all around her, reverberating in the air, the ground, the very space between them. "To find the heart of the Vale, you must first face the truths you hide within. You must confront the darkness in your heart, the doubts and fears that linger. Only then will the path be revealed to you." Elara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. The weight of the voice's words sank into her bones. She knew what this meant. The journey had never been just about the external challenges, the monsters or traps that lay in her path. It had always been about her. About facing herself. For a long moment, Elara stood there, her thoughts swirling. She thought of the mountain, of the village, of the people who had once loved her. She thought of the power that had awoken inside her, the responsibility she had accepted. But most of all, she thought of the fear that had always shadowed her. The fear that she was not strong enough, not worthy enough to carry this burden. And then she understood. The truth was not in the challenges she faced on the outside. It was in the doubt she held inside, the fear that she would fail, the guilt that she wasn't enough. She had carried these shadows for so long, hiding them in the corners of her mind, hoping that they would fade with time. But now, in the presence of the tree, she knew that to move forward, she had to let go. She had to face her own darkness and accept it. Elara stepped back, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes once more, focusing inward. She allowed the fears, the doubts, the shadows of her past to surface. She felt the weight of them, the crushing weight of every mistake, every regret. But this time, instead of turning away, she embraced them. She let herself feel every moment of fear, every whisper of doubt, and in doing so, she found something unexpected: peace. The darkness did not consume her. It was a part of her, yes, but it did not define her. And as she faced it, she felt the magic of the mountain stir once more, wrapping around her in a gentle embrace, as if acknowledging her acceptance. When she opened her eyes, the clearing was no longer empty. The trees stood tall once again, their leaves swaying in the breeze. The silver tree before her pulsed with a new light, and the symbols on its bark glowed brighter. "You have done it," the voice said, now filled with approval. "You have faced the truth within, and in doing so, you have unlocked the path." The ground beneath Elara's feet shifted, and suddenly, the air around her shimmered with light. The clearing began to dissolve, the trees and the ground fading away, until she was once again standing at the edge of the forest. Ahead of her, the mist had parted, revealing a narrow path leading deeper into the unknown. It was a path she knew she had to walk, a path that would take her toward the heart of the vale. With each step she took, she could feel the power within her, the magic of the mountain and the world beyond, urging her forward. This was just the beginning. The journey had only just begun, and the mysteries of the vale were waiting to be uncovered.